Testing, testing, one, two. I thought I was already live. Okay, that doesn't matter. Anyway, I'd like to thank everybody for either viewing or coming to the show. Tonight, a little update. Things have gotten interesting, very interesting in the YouTube streets. Let's just put it that way. It has gotten very interesting, but I'm going to save it for the live stream. So before I get started, let me play this beat right here. So I hope I can get it back to the beginning. Here we go.
Eyes, a practice smile, a thin disguise. Too young to choose or too poor to flee. She played the role he hoped she'd be. He called it love, she called it life. A silent deal for husband and wife. She smiled because survival sometimes means to bend. She served because the struggle rarely is your friend. She called him king with soft regret. He took the praise and called it deep respect. But this isn't love, it's currency. It's power dressed in cheap fantasy. A passport is not a permission slip to purchase a life, to rewrite a script. She is not your piece, she is a person, not your escape. She is her own version. And you left for freedom to claim, but you are a scourge that came with chains. He posts a face with boastful pride, no truth beneath, just likes to ride. A real one at last, the caption claimed, but dignity can't be cheaply named. Real women live in every place where eyes are taught to see with grace. But he wasn't seeking love or death, just made a purchase to destroy what's left.
They always say American women don't know how to treat a man. But what they really mean is we don't know how to handle women who expect us to be grown. So they find girls who can't afford to disagree and call it peace.
But this isn't love, it's currency. It's power dressed in cheap fantasy. A passport is not a permission slip to purchase a life, to rewrite a script. She is not your piece, she is a person, not your escape. She is her own version. And you left the freedom to claim, but you are a scourge that came with chains. And you went abroad, but you never grew up. He said he wanted peace, not pride. Tired of women who speak and won't hide. Said he was done with the loud.
That's hitting right there.
Looking for someone who won't say
That's hitting right
he's
there.
wrong. But peace was never part of the plan. What he wanted was a weaker hand. Not love, not truth, not something earned. Just soft obedience unreturned. He boarded planes to outrun shame, with pockets light, much pride and gain. She met his gaze with guarded eyes.
You bought a plane without no shame.
A thin disguise, too young to choose or too poor to flee. She played the role he hoped she'd be. He called it love, she called it life. A silent deal for husband and wife. She smiled because survival sometimes means to bend. She served because the struggle rarely is your friend. She called him king with soft regret. He took the praise and called it deep respect. But this isn't love, it's currency. It's power dressed in cheap fantasy. A passport is not a permission slip to purchase a life, to rewrite a script. She is not your piece, she is a person, not your escape, she is her own version. And you left for freedom to claim, but you are a scourge that came with chains. He posts a face with boastful pride, no
About to get this show started.
just likes to ride a real one at
Welcome,
last.
everybody.
The caption claimed, but dignity can't be cheaply named. Real women live in every place where eyes are taught to see with grace. But he wasn't seeking love or death, just made a purchase to destroy what's left.
They always say American women don't know how to treat a man. But what they really mean is we don't know how to handle women who expect us to be grown.
Right.
So they find girls who
Yep.
can't afford to disagree and call it peace.
But this isn't love, it's currency. It's power dressed in cheap
Yeah.
fantasy. A passport is not a permission slip to purchase a life, to rewrite a script. She is not your piece, she is a person, not your escape, she is her own version. And you left the freedom to claim, but you are a scourge that came with chains.
A scourge that came with chains. That nails it right there.
You went abroad.
On the ones and twos, it's DJ Torch
Never grew up.
in the mix. Ghost. Welcome to the show. This is DJ Torch. We're about to get this party started. Right now, you see on the stage Terrence Crawford, excellent boss, excellent boxer. Not great, not that great of a husband though. Or no, he's not even a husband, I believe, as he put it. Terrence Bud Crawford tells Shannon Sharp he's just a man after revealing seventh child wasn't by longtime partner. Says he simply told her, I got one on the way. So the thing is this is that what truly is a high value man, because it appeared loyalty doesn't seem to be on the list. It doesn't seem to be on the list. This image is brought to you by, you're triggered by the way. Anyway, let me spin it right here. Let me spin it.
Right.
So it's definitely appreciated,
Right.
for me to have a person like that in my corner.
But you said something interesting. You said the last one is not by her.
Right. Last one not by her.
Uh-oh. And you really tell me how you sit here with your eye not closed?
Things happen. I mean, different circumstances.
How did you walk us through it? How you go home? Hey, baby. How you do, baby? How you doing today? I'm good, bud. What's going on? I brought you something. Hey, well, what's going on?
Shit.
Hey, so how you doing? Sit down. Bud, what you got to tell me, bud?
Nigga got one on the way.
Just like that, bud?
Shit, you can't lie. How you gonna lie? You better tell her now. It's gonna be worse when the baby comes.
Right.
Shit, I'm just a man.
What she say?
What she say?
Yeah. Did you yell, scream, dot your eye?
Man,
You had hey, you know what, bud? You ain't got you ain't got no thrill.
Ain't this something? Role model, hoe model. That's what they did. That's basically what they're telling younger men to be, is cheaters, chokers. It's amazing to me.
$300,000 car. She got one.
no. She driving Mercedes,
Maybach.
GLE.
No, she gotta get Maybach.
Oh, you tripping?
Now,
So they don't have to be loyal if they give their women Mercedes. Okay, I get it now.
now you tripping. Maybach.
No. Like you gonna Maybach your ass to that GLE? Fuck.
Ugh.
Indiana mom in the house. Good seeing you, Indiana mom. Let's let your trigger get a little bit here. Here we go.
You see that? Do you? That man. This goofy goober. This boxer named Terrence Crawford has a supposed long-term girlfriend. And he
That right there already sounds bad. But to me, if a man has a long-term girlfriend, what it means is that, well, of course, the base is that you lack integrity, but it means that you know you're going to be cheating, and he did. He basically knew that he couldn't marry somebody because then he would be his millions might be in trouble. Even though it doesn't have to be that way. A long-term girlfriend these days, they see that as a marriage right there. Yeah, the courts ain't playing. They ain't playing with that kind of BS. So he may not know it, but he's in for he's if they break up, and the funny thing is this is that here's the thing. He's been cheating on her a long time, because why would you later in life and in your career, when you're really making money, risk all that money and your wherewithal and your reputation, by the way, just for a little extra? That are we, men? Are we that really that dumb? I mean, I don't want to say the answer, but I mean, think about it. Are we really that dumb? Do we really feel that you can cheat on somebody with the laws in place and get away with it? I mean, look at Dr. Dre. He thought he could get away with it, right? It's just weird to me. It's weird. Here we go.
he's sitting there casually telling Shannon Sharp that he's cheated on this longtime girlfriend and has a baby on the way. Now, if you notice, like right there in that clip when Shannon Sharp talked to him about the car and how he should be getting her the more expensive car because of what he's done, you saw the little stank attitude he had and acted like, oh, he would never get her the more expensive car and she just gonna take this and da-da-da-da-da. Like, can you imagine?
It just goes to show you. I mean, you guys can get mad at what Cynthia G and others say, but they're right. They're right about a man's XY. It's basically men just, and I'm saying in our community, because I can't speak for other communities, though I have seen other communities, and they don't treat their women like this, by the way. They don't. Generally, they don't. Don't get me wrong. You can find plenty who do, but the majority don't. So it's funny that it's embarrassing, sad, humiliating, and weird that we're the ones doing this, but then we're the ones who claim that we're holding down our women. That's kind of weird. That's just funny to me. Here we go.
Or do you think that he would be so dismissive if it was his girlfriend who did the dirt?
Right. No, it's things happen when it's a dude, and it's all hell breaks loose if it's a woman who's cheating. That's just the way it is. That's what they're trying to do. I mean, even with Halle Bailey, oh, she cheated on the cheater, DDG. Yeah, she did. But they haven't even been able to prove that at all. You'll see what's going on. Let me get to the next part of this clip. Still kind of in the warm up, but here we go.
Society, which is where
Let me rewind this.
if there's one thing that the internet has taught me, it's that you can monetize just about anything.
Ice cream so good, yes, popcorn. Ice cream so good.
Imagine my lack of surprise when people monetized the epidemic of sad and lonely men.
Ah, yes, welcome to this live stream. We're going over sad and lonely men. They get mad at me because, I never, put them niggas on a pedestal. Well, here we go. Here we go. Let's get it over with. Let's get it over with. Let's get it over with. We're gonna you men, you are about to find out who's really been wrecking you right now. Here we go.
This university is the greatest thing that exists on the face of the planet.
That's what I want to teach you on this course. Unplugging from the matrix of fitness and game.
And you might be thinking, oh, how big is this? Well, business is booming. Dozens of people love.
Didn't I tell you it was the number one? Disrespecting black women was the number one industry on YouTube. You know what's funny to me? They have all these rules. YouTube has all these rules for people, right? But nothing for disrespecting black women. They let that shit slide all day, every day, sometimes on Wednesdays.
Loads of YouTube channels that are earning millions of dollars a year selling a lie, claiming to have answers to a very real problem, but just making everything worse. So let's go on a journey together. I'm going to put on my Morpheus cosplay and hand you that red pill. We're going down the rabbit hole of truth. I'm red pilling the red pill and breaking these lonely, desperate men out of their Andrew Tate worshipping mind matrix.
Andrew Tate, remember, Andrew Tate indicted on trafficking. Like Diddy, indicted on trafficking.
One thing that is impossible to ignore when discussing the rise of internet ideologies and movements is that of misinformation and bias within the media. Clickbait-driven headlines and manipulative algorithms often make it difficult to know where to get reliable information. That's why I've been using Ground News, an app and website that combines news from around the world in one place and provides context that mainstream media does not, like political affiliation, source ownership, and factuality ratings. They are a small team working to hold the media accountable.
Okay, let me move that forward.
Now the red pill is used by a group of predominantly men who co-opt it as an ideology around how to live life, specifically about the real truth of society and their place within it.
That's what they claim. That's what they claim. They claim like this is something, a life builder. Tiffany Johnson in the house. Good seeing you, Tiffany. A life builder and all this kind of stuff. But basically, that's not really what happens, because if they did, they would have improved.
This mostly pertains to masculinity, conspiracy theories, making money, and women. The red pill is also not the only word that this movement goes by. It can also...
But it really, let's face it, it stopped being about making money and self-improvement a long time ago. If you were to go to Angry Man's, or you go to Lapeef, you go to, or I should say really more so, Lapeef, you go to, and their subsidiaries, and you would go to any Passport Bro channel, they're not talking about that. They're talking about how they can get more SEX.
So in many popular spaces be substituted with the
So
word...
the red pill should be really called the hoe pill, because that's what it's all about. Men being HOEs.
Manosphere. If you've not heard of these things, you might be surprised to learn just how huge this movement is. So the question of how we got here comes down to one man, sort of.
Am I successful? Am I competent? Am I achieving things? Am I respected?
Let me stop.
If you start to look at these
Let me
indicators,
stop this real quick. The elephant in the room is this. Andrew Tate, men of all races adored him and still do. And he's an trafficker. I mean, think about it. Let that sink in. A trafficker as a role model for all men. That's about as creepy as it gets, don't you think? That's creepy.
indicators of your life, you're going to end up being happier.
Now, I do need to say that Andrew Tate himself has said he isn't red pill and that he finds the whole concept
They
of most
always say red pill. They always say they're not because they know it's bad.
people involved to be cringe, but his unwillingness to co-opt the term is relevant to the reality, and that is his talking points are almost identical to the whole space, and his popularity is what has accelerated the movement. And I do mean accelerated, because even without Andrew Tate or any other manosphere figurehead, this was an inevitability in modern society. We were already headed down this path. Andrew Tate was never the cause. He was simply the most prevalent symptom. Why do I say this? Well, let's answer the question of why it exists in the first place. It'll probably only take you a few minutes to Google.
Yeah, this is crazy. This guy right here really breaks it down perfectly. Basically, men are the most lonely. And it's funny because they want to shame and make black women appear to be lonely, but they've already done thousands and thousands of studies. And guess what? Here we go.
Search if you've not already seen these very shocking statistics when it comes to the rise of loneliness in men, especially young men. This is the real epidemic that is going to claim more lives than any contagious disease.
Wait, I want to see something right here.
Young men. This is the real epidemic that is going to claim
3 in 10 Americans report being single, but this varies by age, gender, and guess who's number one? Guess who's number one? Black men. Guess who's number one?
claim more lives than any contagious disease, and it's eroding the very foundation of modern society.
Reddick is in the house.
For the record, this problem does not just envelop men, but it is more prevalent statistically for a multitude of reasons. On the face of it, men have less friends than ever before. They spend less time socializing with the friends that they do have than ever before. They're virgins for far longer, have sex less frequently overall, and they are self-deleting at an alarmingly high rate.
Now he's referring to men in general, and not because basically we kind of turn that into something different. Let me keep going. Here we go.
With numbers trending upwards greater than ever before. They're also less likely to seek mental health assistance, more likely to turn to drugs or substance abuse to cope with these factors which don't even play into the self-deleting stat, and are overall becoming increasingly disenfranchised with the world, or most importantly, their place within it. So to answer the question of why...
So this is who they choose to be a role model. It's like they're drawn to deviancy. It's just the way it goes. That's sad. It's sad, but it's all sad and all bad. And it says, I hate it when men tell me what I'm feeling or thinking. Yeah, they do that all the time. I am single, but I am not lonely. No, it's definitely statistically they are. I have a full life with close friends. And that's something they do not have. Way to go, Angela. Tiffany breaks it down perfectly as well. I don't mean to be cruel, but isn't that effectively thinning out the weak in the herd? Bars. But what the herd went to, and what you're seeing, Tiffany, is the weak of the herd, right? You're seeing the weak every week on YouTube in the red pill. That's where they all are. That's why there's something, usually when you see somebody on the red pill end, there's something wrong with them. There's something weird. There's something off. There's something not clicking right. There's something not clicking right. And this guy right here is going to break it down for you perfectly. Here we go.
So when someone has a low self-esteem, right? So if we look at like red pill appeals to people who are basically betas. The people who are true alphas or sigmas like don't engage in red pill content. And I know that that's a very contentious statement, but generally speaking, what I found is the majority of people that I know in my life, and the patients that I've worked with, the clients that I've worked with, the friends that I have, you know, who would fit the criteria of alpha, consume or not familiar with red pill content very much at all. So I think we see this a lot in red pill culture. Like, why is red pill growing? It's because red pill is the only place that validates men's experiences. It's the only validation that they get. The rest of everything else, if you go and you complain about anything as a man today, especially you, I at least have some slack because I'm a minority. But if you go and you complain, like, man, like the patriarchy, you're white, you're privileged.
Don't worry, we're coming for you. That H-1B conversation is getting real big, okay?
Yeah, you heard him. And he's talking about white men. It gets worse with black men. I think black men we have out red pill white men quite easily. So anyway, wait, hold on one second. I'll be right back, y'all. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, we have outdone them. In fact, I truly believe that a lot black men have outdone Caucasian men in aspects of supremacy, discrimination, hate, that kind of thing. In fact, let me show you a perfect example. Her saga is still going on. That's Cooking with Kaya. Here we go.
So everybody hates Cooking with Kaya again, and here's why. And I'm gonna explain this.
And the funny thing is, really, nobody really hates Cooking with Kaya. I guess the men do now, because she wasn't per se, as men would say, simping enough for them. They feel she should not have snitched on her. He wasn't even her boyfriend. She snitched on her situationship.
In very simple terms, because I just don't feel like giving y'all details. Kaya went to Streaming University, which was hosted by Kai Cenat. And on stream, she was caught twerking on another guy, which in a regular situation wouldn't really matter that much.
And the funny thing is, she wasn't caught twerking on another guy. The point of it is, and this is what you have to understand, these dudes they absolutely love to lie. They'll make up their own stories and timelines all day, every day. She was twerking at a party, okay, and some dude came up and slapped her in the butt, which technically is abuse. That is SA. Especially, she didn't even know the guy from a can of paint. Well, let's keep it going. Here we go.
I mean, she's a grown woman. She can do grown woman things. Here's the thing, though. She has a man, or had a man, because as soon as that man...
She made it, and see, I need to point this stuff out, because this is what they do. What happened was this. He came to her place to stay with her because he lost his place. So he's staying at her house, eating her food, paying, and she's made it clear she's paying for every freaking thing. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? That is what you call a professional homosexual. Let's keep it.
Man, seeing that she was twerking on another man, he actively and quickly broke up with her. And the reason why we know this is because...
No, actually, that it didn't go down like that. He still wanted to see her, but she was acting stupid. I mean, he was acting, well, unfortunately, she was kind of dumb too to get with him. But anyway, outside of that, he was acting like he owned her. Remember, we went over this for the last couple of days. The ownership that men believe they have over another woman, which is one of the most dangerous things that in our community. Because men think because you're involved with them, they own you. These men basically usually having the red pill ideology, think like slave owners. You heard me say it. Let's keep it going.
He tweeted this on Twitter in a thread of tweets talking about, oh, I lost my ball. Oh, she's not for me no more. Oh my, yeah, shut up. Like, bro, what? Even if she did cheat on you, why does the whole internet needs to know? I don't understand it. I ain't gonna lie. But
Yeah, I mean, he's got a point there, and we don't even know if she cheated on him. In fact, whether she did or didn't, it doesn't matter. If you're staying at somebody else's place, then that's just the way it goes.
Because he's not the one in the wrong, she's in the wrong. Because after her ex-man made headlines for publicly breaking up with her, the next day she made an official statement on stream talking about the whole situation. And not only did she not claim this guy, but she also said whatever.
I told you she didn't claim him because he was, look. Tiffany breaks it down perfectly. It's sad. It is sad that Black men are making themselves a global laughingstock through their engagement on social media. They are pouring kerosene all over their own image and striking the match. Bars and a half. Exactly that. They're doing exactly that. Y'all are doing exactly that. Exactly.
Situation they had was not as serious as people thought.
Let me clear this up right now. Me and him were never boyfriend and girlfriend.
And why? And the funny thing is this: of a race genre, because red pill. I'm not going to blame every single Black man, so I can say red pill Black men. Okay. Of that genre that says that they're from the genre of what is it? Yeah, the genre of, family values and stuff, but then turn around and they're the most sexually active human being in the United States. Now they want to blame a woman for saying the truth about the relationship that he probably set up. Now, the thing is this. Again, he's a homosexual. He's staying with her.
We talked, okay? We talked. And I'm going to explain that to y'all now. Because y'all going to be like, okay, y'all talked for a long time. But I'm going to explain to y'all why we talked and how we were never boyfriend, girlfriend. And even though we weren't boyfriend, girlfriend, I've never, I've treated him like he was my boyfriend. Like, I never talked to no other guy. I never was with no other guys, whatever. All that, okay?
In my opinion, it's clearly obvious that this guy was her boyfriend. And she did kind of admit it in the clip.
I don't get it. If they agreed that they weren't boyfriend, girlfriend, then they weren't boyfriend, girlfriend. They might have been cosplaying. It might have been a situationship. But at the same time, that's what it is. But see, you notice there's also the assumption of ownership is something that for some reason Black men have an issue with. We have an issue with assuming we own not only women, but even products. When I get to the point where, when I get to the place about how we buy stuff, well, never mind. Let me just keep going because I don't want to ruin the party. Here we go. So anyway, yeah, let's keep going.
So everybody hates cooking with Kaya again, and here's why. And I'm going to explain this in very simple terms because I just don't feel like giving y'all and make sure everything was going well. And Kaya did know about this, so obviously they were a lot more serious than she was trying to let on. But at the same time, if you kind of look at the situation, it kind of feels...
Of course they're smart. He's stuck at her. He's sitting at her house. She made it clear to... See, what I don't like is the omission of certain facts. Like, number one, this dude right here on the screen never said, oh yeah, he was a homosexual. He was staying at her house. He didn't go, she wasn't staying at his house. That's a very important factor. Now, and dude on the screen never said that she said we ain't a thing. He tried, and then she had, and it's crazy to me. Well, he did say it later on. Okay, but anyway, it's crazy to me that they leave out very important facts. If There's no person in sight that if some dude is in a non-committal relationship and staying with a woman, okay, that's what it is. They are trying to make her seem like they're trying so hard to make it seem like she's in the wrong for pointing out exactly what men want, which is no commitment and a place to stay for free. Dude got all of that. Dude got all of that, and he still effed it up. Now, here's the funny part. And let me bring me full mask for a sec. I want to try this out. Here's the funny part, and the crazy part. That's not the funny part. That's not the funny part. This pissed me off. This is what pissed me off right here. Eden Adele is in the house. This is what really pissed me off, is when you guys let a literal criminal, ex-con, let's be accurate, but he's still a criminal. He was a former gang member, all of that, right? Talk shit about her. Let's get it mixed. Let's get in.
So somebody finally got the story about cooking with Kaya. I've seen a couple of things online, and so I wasn't too sure about it. So that's why I did not cover it. But now I got the story. So let's get to it, man. Let's go.
Y'all know Cooking with Kaya? You know, Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya? See, Kaya had an issue. Kaya started picking up traction.
Yeah, she had an issue, black men.
And started getting really popular. So with that popularity led to her being invited to Streamer University by Kai Cenat. So I know the picture's blurry, but Kai made her a professor at Streamer University. So Kaya actually got very positive feedback from being at Streamer University. The other content creators were actually very happy to have her there, and they sang along with her song when she came out on stage. So people were pretty happy that she was a professor. Now, later that night, this man right here, DDG, which I actually have.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry.
Hint.
You know, sorry, my bad. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Let me start this over again.
I've seen a couple of things online, and so I wasn't too sure about it. So that's why I did not cover it. But now I got the story. So let's get to it, man. Let's go.
Y'all know Cooking with Kaya? You know, Cooking with Kaya.
Okay, so you heard that part, right? Okay, we're going to go forward. Now, here's the interesting part.
Pretty happy that she was a professor. Now, later that night, this man right here, DDG, which I actually have him in another video.
That we will be getting into him in a minute because he's done more shit.
Hint, wink, wink. But she collaborated with DDG way before this. So they kind of have an acquaintance with each other. But he took a lot of the content creators out in Akron that night to a club. I don't know which club it was, but they were out in Akron or Cleveland, and they were partying.
Oh, this is going to be crazy. I'm going to blow your mind when it comes down to DDG. Because remember, you know, a lot of people think he's super rich. Watch.
She went out with him, and this is where it gets wild. So she went out with him. Everyone's having a good time. She's dancing in a group of girls. She's surrounded by girls, so she's protected. She's safe. And then this guy comes
I don't know about that, but, you know, okay. Well,
in. Enter Quan. He's another streamer. But as the girls were, you know, when girls dance, sometimes they'll twerk and they'll slap each other's bottoms and stuff. He gets behind her and he slaps her bottom.
Right there, that's assault. That's assault. No, it's not really assault. It's more like SA is. Yeah, basically, yeah.
Now, notice. A lot of y'all don't know this, but this guy, you know, he's a big content creator. He got cars. Well, obviously, I think he rents.
Look, quite honestly, I'm so tired of the, oh, yeah, he's got cars, he's got jewelry and all this kind of stuff. Because you're going to find out later that doesn't really matter. You're going to find out later it does not matter one bit.
them, but when you got that type of presence on social media, seems to
Well, and the problem is that's the problem with a lot of black men. We focus more on presence or focus more on reputation than we do. Well, no, we don't focus on reputation. Focus on flossing more than actually having.
you're lit like that. Women tend to fall in your lap. So
So he's literally giving props out to a guy who assaulted a woman technically in what would be in the legal terms. Now, would it be serious and would he go to prison for it? Probably not. But yeah, let me just go on. Here we go.
Quan, yeah.
Now, she says she's not aware of it and she didn't know it. But Stream is like, hey, yo, Quan just slapped Kai's ass. Quan just slapped Kai's ass. So it's crazy. This honestly wouldn't have been that big of a deal. But the only problem is she has this guy right here, Zabron James.
She does
so
not
no
have
one knew.
Dude. See, she does not have dude. Now, if he's explaining the situation, I can understand that context. Dude was freeloading off of her. She was in a situation that a lot of black women get, where a dude comes in there and just won't freaking leave. Won't freaking leave.
Kaya was actually in a relationship until he came out.
No, he was supposed to be there for a couple days to visit, but he got kicked out of some house or something like that. So he's just started staying there. And see how they are trying to legitimize their situationship, which she admits was a situationship. That's all it is. But they're trying to make this dude who's freeloading off of her boyfriend. And it comes to the point where you have to think about it. Even if you call a man your boyfriend, is he really your boyfriend if he's really just there freeloading off of you? She made it clear she was paying the rent. She was, buying the groceries. She was making the food for this dude. That is about as homosexual as you can get. That's hobo-sexual. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. This is why it was important for me to play that red pill loneliness thing, because this guy's lonely, this guy's lonely, this guy's lonely, this guy's lonely, this guy's lonely. They're lonely.
He made a bunch of crazy tweets. Like this one right up here saying that he's waiting in the hotel for her to get back.
Allegedly.
Clearly, this dude was hurt. Then this one, he's just going to take it on.
He wasn't hurt. His ego was hurt. There's a difference. He thought he owned her. Even though he was eating her food, living in her house, not paying the light bill, that obviously didn't have his own thing going on, because she made that clear that all he did at the house was sit there all day.
On the chin.
First thing first, waiting for her to get back from where, nigga? From the party, nigga? What the f? Oh, she's partying with niggas with money, with more money than you. You thought that was a good idea to even be with a...
He doesn't have any... he never had... If he got kicked out of where he was, right? If the first thing that a person gets when they have money is a place to stay, because you need that. So the second thing you do, you buy food. But there's these new red pill dudes coming out here who they try to floss and appear to be independent, but they really are. They're staying at other people's houses. They're eating other people's foods. Let's just break it down. Here we go.
And I'm not saying to be insecure about it, but sometimes, fellas, you got to pick your battles, bro. You got to pick your battles. sometimes you gotta see what, like, see, a lot of y'all don't have that, experience, but sometimes you gotta see where shit can, like, coming from. Like, honestly, bro, it's like, whatever, bro.
Good run. He's
Yeah. Now, that's not the bad part. You think that was bad. Check this out. Check this out.
So here we are. Kaya does a 24-hour stream. She addresses all the negativity. She breaks down crying. She says she needs to go outside and take a break from everything. Her and her boyfriend are no longer together.
They were never a boyfriend. She just see. Did you just see that? Did you just see that? They were never boyfriend, girlfriend. It was a situationship. He was freeloading off of her. That's a different situation. We need to really make that clear. That you cannot make a relationship out of something that has been agreed to be basically a dude freeloading off of women. And I'll tell you why they're doing that. Because they don't want men in general to appear to be homosexuals in their circle. But they know that they, including some of them themselves, are freeloading off of women as we speak. It is crazy to me. It is extremely crazy to me. And Angela says, a lot of dudes, especially successful ones, feel entitled to touch your body without consent. Society needs to drill what consent means from age 10 up. Bars. Tiffany says they wanted to make her a girlfriend so they could dogpile on her. Bars, exactly. Another 3 or 4 who wasn't loyal or faithful, exactly. They are so comfortable with lying to make themselves look like victims. Exactly. Eden Adele in the house. Dumb, goofy lives for this kind of mess. So true. But it's exactly true. Let me keep going. Here we go.
And that is the story of how Kaya is cooked, literally and figuratively.
I do agree that she is cooked. I don't think she's cooked not because she's not going to be popular anymore, because she will be popular. But it just goes to show you, remember, they were throwing these men, these very same men were throwing her in black women's face all day, every day, saying, oh yeah, black women hate cooking with Kaya, black women hate cooking with Kaya. Then they'd find some outliers and say, so you see what we mean? That's what they do. Basically, they were throwing cooking with Kaya all up in black women's face. And now that it comes out that Kaya has the same problem as other black women do, now they're mad at her because she admitted it. They feel like she snitched on black male behavior. Because if she's willing to tell her truth about a dude going sour, a dude freeloading, a dude not doing anything, being lazy, then who do they have? What, they're going to go back, run the back? They don't want Dee Dee. They don't want Chantel Simone. They don't want them women. They're too masculine. It's ironic, huh? But yeah, they wanted Kaya. They wanted Kaya to be their new, they wanted Kaya kind of, it sounds weird, to be their new, what was that white girl's name? Geez, that just goes to show you. You know, the woman who did that supremacist interview with the supremacists later on, and that cooked her. But anyway, let me keep going.
Oh, but what I've heard though was that she cheated.
He heard that she cheated. He doesn't have any receipts. He doesn't have any facts. In fact, he is so unsure about the lie itself that he has to say, I heard she cheated. And dude needs to get his screen game working, because every time he lies, you can tell because his eyes get half open. He doesn't even believe it, in my opinion. And so what if she did? It's her freaking house. She never said, oh, be my boyfriend. She never said that. She made it clear. You see?
She actually cheated on him, on the boyfriend. I've heard that.
I heard that. From who? And he's trying to make a statement with a rumor. He's literally making a statement with a rumor. That's crazy to me. But it gets worse. It gets worse. Watch who he brings to the stage now.
We got my dog in the building.
My dog, you heard him say it. You got my dog. Let me play it back again, because I want to make sure you guys hear this.
We got my dog in the building.
We got my dog in the building. His dog is who? Who's his dog? And he's playing an applause in the background.
And you know he got some things to say, so let's get to it.
If you don't know who this is Aaron the plumber. And if you don't really know who Aaron the plumber is, let's play this.
Shit, bro, he got. Oh,
let me go back. That's Aaron the plumber who just got clocked, right? But no, it gets worse. This is who Aaron the plumber is.
To fame. But what most people don't know is that long before the plumbing gigs and online stardom, Aaron had a violent past that's rarely talked about. Aaron.
Oh, so dude just said, "Let me bring my guy to the stage," right? And he brings who? A guy with a violent past, but it gets worse. Keep listening. Here we go.
Aaron had a violent past that's rarely talked about. Aaron the plumber was born in Stockton, California, where he and his family faced many hardships. It was alleged that his mother struggled with drug addiction, while his father was a gang leader. Aaron had two uncles and grew up being close to them, with both of them having gang affiliations with the Nightingale Bloods and the Northside Gangster Crips. With strong family gang ties, Aaron had protection in every neighborhood throughout Stockton. During his teenage years, Aaron the plumber moved with his family to North Tulsa, which is not uncommon. Many people from California have ties to Tulsa, and vice versa. This connection contributed to Oklahoma's nickname, Baby Cali.
That's who these men love to follow. If you were here earlier in the live stream, I brought up Tate. Andrew Tate, who was indicted on trafficking. And now we have here another man they love in the red pill, Aaron and Andrew, Aaron the plumber, gang member, former gang member, whatever. And I got to go back and show you how ridiculous this is, because you're seeing that this dude, he was and it's not, I mean, it's been for a long time.
Through a Craigslist ad, the victims met Aaron Sloan in the 2100 block of East 51st Street, expecting to buy a 2003 Cadillac. One of the victims reportedly found the car on Craigslist. After meeting up with Aaron, the seller, going on a test drive and deciding to purchase, a masked man walked up to them and reportedly pointed a gun while demanding money. The suspect allegedly took a wallet, an iPhone from one of the victims, and the other victim ran away from the scene. Both eventually got away and called the police. A witness later reported that Aaron had watched the suspect sneak up behind the victims, and after the robbery, Aaron and the suspect reportedly ran off together, with police saying that Aaron also called dispatch to report the incident. Aaron the plumber was then later identified in a police lineup, after which officers arrested him for 1 count of robbery with a dangerous weapon in concert. He was then taken to the detective division for questioning. In Tulsa, there's growing speculation that Aaron may have cooperated with the police during the interview, with rumors suggesting this might be the reason he eventually returned to Stockton. But after serving time in prison for a series of crimes, Aaron walked out with a new mindset. He had been caught up in gang life for years, even continuing to gang...
Stop that right there. Let me go back.
So somebody finally got the story about.
So he brings us, let me bring it back to it because you're going to see how ridiculous this is. It's going to make you upset when logic kicks in. Watch this.
We got my dog in the building.
That's his dog. That's his dog. A straight criminal is his dog. Now you see why I get on these red pill dudes so hard. Hey, look, he did his time, whatever. I'm cool with that. But you can tell that he hasn't learned anything by the way he speaks to women, right? And now they want him to be a role model.
And you know he got some things to say, so let's get to it.
Lessons we learned from Cooking with Kaya. 1, all these females going, all of them, don't think she's special in a real way. 2, if she chooses to go to a party versus being with her significant other, she is not for you, Brodesky, in a real way. 3, if she goes to party and let men grab on her cheekeries, Brodesky,
here he goes again. Nobody grabbed on her cheeks. She got slapped. You see how they just naturally lie? It's almost like they can't help it. They understand the nuances enough. But the important thing I'm trying to bring out here is this. Why in the hell is this dude on the right part of the screen, worshiping a straight hardened criminal? I'm happy he's plumbing now, but he's not at the status of being a role model. It just goes to show you how these niggas think. It's crazy to me. Let me go on. Here we go. Then we got up to the Halle Bailey situation.
Halle Bailey and DDG went to court yesterday. DDG and his team asked the judge, can he visit his son in Italy? Currently, Halle is in Italy filming a movie for 2 months. So DDG asked and was granted by the judge to see his son between June 30th and July 3rd. Now
remember you're going to see why. Hold on for 1 second. I got to do something over here. You're going to see why this is going to be weird, because he could have seen his son when he was in the States. When the son was in the States. Now, he lost his false attempt. Well, it wasn't a false attempt. It was an attempt. All right, Ghost is in the house. He a plum fool. But yeah, let's see. Remember now, it's important for women to understand. You need to understand. He doesn't care about the child. He does not care about the child. If he cared about the child, he would never have cheated on Halle. Okay? It would have been hard for him to, because, that's his natural habitat is slinging all over the place. But he would have been able to do it if he truly loved his child and wanted to stay in a relationship with Halle. He couldn't do it.
While DDG is in Italy with his son, he is not allowed to post Halo on social media, and there has to be someone with DDG and Halo to supervise. Now, DDG did choose his mother to be the supervisor, but Halle and her team denied DDG's mother being a supervisor while DDG is in Italy. Halle and her team said that DDG's mom is biased due to comments she made on social media.
Basically, his mom is not keeping it real. And I mean, it's not her fault. She's just protecting her kid, which is understandable. But that wasn't going to work because basically she was just letting dude do whatever he wanted to do. And to me, quite honestly, the way that DDG behaves, obviously women have no authority over him regardless, ever.
Media. So now by June 26, DDG has to appoint someone else to supervise him and Halo in Italy. Also on June 26, DDG's lawyer has to confirm if he's ready to begin trial on July 23rd. Now, before the court date that they had yesterday, Halle filed another court document. Halle has now filed a child custody order, and people are saying that she filed it the day DDG and India Love prom pictures dropped. So now everyone thinks that Halle is watching DDG, and
That's not true. It can't happen that way. It takes days, maybe weeks to get that type of paperwork done. It takes days, weeks. So it was done long before that pop. So just so you guys know, that's how that works.
Every time she doesn't like something, she is punishing him through the court, which is making people think that she's wasting the court resources and time because of her personal feelings.
No, that's not even true. Again, judges are not that dumb. People might think they're dumb. I've seen people think judges and legal, people are dumb because of, the way they think, but they're not dumb. They know when there's BS paperwork in front of them, and lawyers won't even draft it if they know if it's too full of crap. They really won't, because they got their license at stake. They're not going to do that
against DDG. Now, the difference between sole custody, which Halle has right now temporarily, and child custody is sole custody is when one parent, which is Halle Bailey, has custody of the child. The child stays with that parent, but when it comes to important decisions, DDG will still have a say-so. He can still visit his child. They will have to make decisions together. Now, child custody is when Halle has physical custody, which she has right now, but she
exactly. I don't see why it should change. But in the house, Deontay's in the house. I said what I said is in the house. And Mom is in the house. It's good seeing everybody. Deontay, it's good seeing you. Here we go.
Only one that can make important decisions regarding religion, education, travel. DG will have no say-so. She will have full say-so over everything. So he still will be able to be a father, but he wouldn't have the right to make any important decisions in the child's life.
This was the moment right here.
And let me pause it right here. Let me pause it right here. This is the funny part, is why shouldn't she? You're going to find out more later, but yeah, Angela Ragnar says DDG financial supports his mom, and she won't go against him even if he's wrong in the way he treats or uses Halo bars. Yeah, she has no leverage. Well said, Angela. And this is the funny thing. Why is even academics even relevant right now? He's got his own problems with serious SA, kidnapping, and some other abuse of his own. So it's kind of weird to see how these people still, think that he has anything relevant to say about relationships.
Moment right here. Halle right now typing up an affidavit. She just slamming the computer. Let's talk, nigga. Like, I'm telling you.
No, Halle. The funny thing is this: Halle's been putting up with that for the last year. So why are we thinking that she's still? You notice how these dudes do this? How they just make shit up? Halle's over this. When a woman gets a restraining order, they're getting a restraining order for a reason. Shit's done. They know it's done, and it's done.
I'm telling you.
And it's funny that these guys, another role model right here, academics, all straight up got dudes coming over to his house, assaulting women. And himself too. He did that too. Allegedly, at least in the paperwork it says that. And that's some serious paperwork. He's got his own problems, and somehow they still respect him. That's why I'm really, really, really worried about the red pill community. Because if they're accepting of Andrew Tate, trafficking, academics, assault, DDG, assault, we got a problem. It's almost like, oh, sorry, forgot, Aaron the plumber, serious history of assault and other stuff. With all this going on, and they still love these dudes more than they love women. More than they love women. Here we go.
You know what she's doing right now? You know what she's doing? She hollering at Brent Fires.
And again, why are these dudes acting like they know women? If they knew women, they wouldn't be complaining about women. They don't know women.
No, bruv, we gotta pop out like this. I've been told, tell her to pop out. I knew DDG was with too many bad bitches. Of course DDG gonna do this. He's a bad bitch magnet.
You see what I mean? DDG has no respect for anything or anybody. I don't even know if he has respect for himself, in my opinion. Because if he did, he would have kept things on the low. But he can't, because it's a part of his pathology. He can't help it.
You need to pop out with Brent Fires, but I don't think. See, Brent Fires don't got the swag like DDG, and he probably not.
Let me pause that. Now, where is that? What did I do with that? Oh, yeah, Reva got in on it too. Let's check that out.
If I want to come get my son, I should be able to get my son.
Not at 4 o'clock in the morning, nigga.
Plain and simple.
No. You notice how he makes it sound like he owns Halle?
Aries, I'm a fire sign. I get very passionate. I seem nice
And
online.
then Reva gets disingenuous in her video and slices in a part of a video when Halle is explaining maybe her personality. Now, here's the funny part, Reva, because I definitely want get your piece in. I'm sorry, to me, she seems like a very mean person.
What's up, guys? It's your girl Riva, and I am back again, back in my studio with another video. There has been so many things going on, and I had to make sure that I was back in my base and comfortable to be able to talk to you guys specifically about this Halle Bailey and DDG situation. I seen you guys in my, comments under.
Yeah. Talk to us about this, Halle. Come on, Reva, break it down. Break it down.
Other videos in my Instagram DM asking me, what is my thought process behind this entire tumultuous situation? And again, of course, just a little backstory. If you are unaware,
I want to show you something. Look at what a pick me gets on YouTube. She's got 250,000 subscribers. When I first saw her a couple years ago, I think she had like 25K. It was not that much. 47K. This is not a tribute to her. This is the industry. When you're willing to throw women under the bus as a woman, you will make these numbers. You will make these numbers. Men eat this up. Men eat this up. It's funny because if you were to really judge Reva, as far as her personality, she's very masculine. She's very mean and she's very bitter. But as long as she's masculine, mean, and bitter for the right team, they will protect her, and she's very well protected. Look, let me keep it going here.
of who Halle Bailey is. She is a singer, also an actress, mostly known for her role that she played as the Little Mermaid.
What is that?
And DDG is a YouTuber who has been on YouTube for years, who is also a rapper, a Twitch streamer. And the two of them, started their relationship together a couple of years ago.
Okay.
She watched him, for a very long time on YouTube. He used to do like couples content with other people, and she used to watch him. They connected, they got together. While they were
Biggest mistake in her life. Biggest mistake in Halle's life.
Their relationship, they obviously ended up having a child together, a little
Biggest
boy.
mistake in her life, but it's okay. We're still there with you, Halle. We're gonna be here.
By the name of Halo. And so, everything was all, cool, calm, and collected from the beginning of the situation. And then things took a very wrong turn when the two of them decided to go their separate ways.
Actually, quite honestly, it never was right. I mean, he was writing. Remember when he was making video? He made a video about her talking smack about dudes, about her cheating on him or whatever when she never did it, and his jealousy for it, and he was like calling her a B and everything.
They ended the relationship, and then it became a control thing where Halle Bailey started to exercise certain levels of control over DDG being able to see his son, take his son anywhere.
Now it's funny to me because as a woman, she should understand that that's by default, legally by default, the woman gets control of, because the courts have, over the years, what these dudes don't tell you is that courts have tried to give men the ability to take care of the kids. And the kids, by statistical data, the kids ended up being in a worse situation with their fathers than their mothers. I don't know, maybe it has to do with a mother actually having to birth the kid, and the guy really, especially if it doesn't care about the kid, sees that kid as just another toy. So that's why by default, I mean, I don't know if you guys really know that, but by default, a woman is always going to have the upper hand, as she should, because that child was inside of her for 9 months. So if a woman is stable and a man is stable, they're going to give the child to the woman. And even if the man is stable and the woman's slightly not as quite as stable, the man can spend $100,000 and he might get his children, but at the end of the day, they're going to give it to the woman because the courts have learned, and that's why this happens, that when they give the child to the man, with especially if they're in the same, unless the woman has done something, if they give the child to the man, bad things happen. That's why they do it. That's why they do it. That's, now you know why. Because statistically, they know they'd rather have the woman taking care of the child because, of course, women are supposed to be naturally nurturing, right? So, I mean, that's the misogyny vibe, right? That's what they said. So they eat their words and say, the courts have said, hey, look, if the woman is cool, chill, and the child is happy, that's the way it goes. So I don't know why in Red Pill they try to make it sound like the dude should have control over his child, especially a child that he made out of wedlock himself. He made it happen, okay? And then there's a history of DDG abusing Halle. And the fact of the matter that I know that that's true is because the courts believe it. The courts gave her a restraining order. They don't give these things out like, they do not give out restraining orders like chick licks. They don't do that. They don't give them out just, you really have to have some solid evidence. So basically he did something wrong. And I don't see how anyone can not think he did something wrong. By the way, just his online behavior.
Film with his son, and it began when DDG went to Kai Cenat's house, who is, the #1 Twitch streamer. He went to his house and had Halo there, and Halle Bailey decided to, write this message on social media. As you can see here, the message says, "Hi, everyone. Just so you know, I am out of town and I don't approve of my baby being on a stream tonight." Emphasis on the word, my baby. Mind you, the baby was with his dad.
No, it is her baby. Do you see the play on words? Do you see the play on words? The play on words. That is her baby. Okay. She also is saying my baby because she knows that DDG can give an F about the kid. Because he was getting more resources from Halle and he didn't give an F about her either. I wasn't told or notified. I'll read the rest. I wasn't told or notified, and I'm extremely upset to have my baby in front of millions of people. I am his mother and protector. That's what she's saying. And saddened to see. Any woman would think this way. But let's see what Reva says. Let's see how she breaks it down.
But this is what she said. I wasn't told or notified, and I'm extremely upset to have my baby in front of millions of people. I am his mother and protector and saddened that I wasn't notified, especially when I am out of town. As a woman experiencing severe postpartum, there are boundaries that I wish to be respected. Nobody knows what someone is going through until they snap. So that was the first, situation that anybody saw that there was some kind of drama going on between DDG and Halle, right?
You got to be kidding me. Reva, have you been watching the videos for the last year? Did you watch his video that he made about Halle, calling her a B several times in the video? How he was jealous? Do you think that just went away? Let's go into how DDG really is.
Name unto the mother of his child. He painted him.
Okay, let's go back on DDG. Here we go. I'm gonna start right here and then fast forward.
Name rings louder than his music. He's way more famous for his antics, attitude, and the chaos he brought into Halle Bailey's life than any bars he's ever spit. From shady tweets to attention-seeking stunts and rumors that just won't end, DDG has turned his entire life into a headline-generating machine. Is he misunderstood, or is he the textbook definition of a clout-chasing menace?
A bandit.
I'll take
Of a bandit.
clout-chasing menace for 200, Alex. Today, we'll be doing a psychological deep dive into this hot, stinking mess. But before we get into it, our online concession stand at rrgsnacks.com has a ton of goodies for you to share with all.
That does look good. But here, let me break down this part right here. Here we go. Get yourself some RRG snacks, though. They look good.
In 2017, after hearing what he thought was a name drop in Lil Yachty's verse on the song The Race,
What he
DDG
thought was a name drop. That's the funny thing. What these niggas do out here is they will hear something, and if they can make it relate to them, they'll do that and they'll use it for clout. They'll use it for clicks and views.
He did what any clout-conscious content creator with a camera and Wi-Fi would do. He filmed a reaction video. But here's the twist. Lil Yachty wasn't talking about him. In
Oh man. Isn't that crazy?
fact, according to Hip Hop DX, Yachty later stated plainly that he didn't even know who DDG was at the time.
I don't watch YouTubers, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't know who he was. You know what I'm saying? At the time.
Most would have let it go, taken the L in private and kept it moving. Instead of retreating, he went full throttle, dropping a diss track called Big Boat. And to his credit, it worked. Over 14 million views later, DDG has successfully catapulted himself into the public eye by leaning.
And that's a successful way that somebody used clout. That's clout chasing 101 right there. Because he was not going to get any views like that without bringing in another person that actually did have clout at that time in that industry.
Into controversy that never existed. DDG's approach is textbook performative opportunism. He doesn't need the moment to be real. He just needs it to be loud. His inner world seems to revolve around visibility, validation, and virality. If the situation doesn't exist naturally, he'll create it. If no one's talking about him, he'll make sure they start.
That's the exact what you've just heard from RRG is exactly the description of a narcissist. Let me go forward.
And let's be clear, this wasn't just a PR move, it was survival. For someone who transitioned from YouTube prank videos to music, the pressure to be taken seriously in a culture that values street cred and lyrical authenticity is immense. DDG likely knew that without an anchor, without a dramatic origin story, he risked being dismissed as just another influencer turned rapper. He even reached out to Yachty to clarify there was no real issue, sealing it with the kind of post-beef handshake that makes it clear the whole thing was a hustle. But online users labeled it corny, forced.
Yep. Let me go fast forward. Right there.
What's more telling is his choice of timing. Valentine's Day, one of the few days universally dedicated to romance, intimacy.
Oh, let me tell you, narcissists love to blow up a party on what would you call it? On valuable days like Valentine's Day, Christmas, Easter, stuff like that. They love those days to try to get the light to shine onto them.
And public affirmation becomes, in DDG's hands, an opportunity to sow chaos. That's not just bitterness, that's a form of control. It reads as an attempt to destabilize joy in others because it feels inaccessible to him. He's
exactly
not trying to heal the culture. He's trying to drag it down to match his own emotional baseline. Bestie, you better read him, psycho.
Let me fast forward even further. Check this one out right here. This is crazy. And he dragged Hallie in this one.
He tried to return the jacket later.
Wait, let me go back.
To match his own emotional baseline. Bestie, you better read him psychologically. You better, bestie. Woo-hoo. In March 2025, a TikToker posted a jaw-dropping story time that peeled back the layers on what went down at her place of employment with the famous rapper and his Disney girlfriend. The transaction was pleasant until he tried to return the jacket later. Though she didn't name names, the details were specific enough for the internet to connect the dots straight to DDG.
Now that I no longer
Let me
work at my
pause because I think it's time for me to drop the link. Just in case somebody wants to come up. Here we go.
old job, I want to do a story time on a very famous rapper who tried to ruin my career and ruin my life.
Angela Reddick states, DDG is a terrible rapper. He just does not have the talent. He has a new album with features from big time rappers. Those features artists are the best parts of the album.
We ended up picking him a green Bottega jacket, most beautiful jacket I've ever seen. It was about $6,000. He bought it. He left. My coworker came up to me. I was like, do you know who that is? I said, no. They showed me his Instagram, and I ended up following him. He had a lot of followers. I'm like, this is going to be cool. He's shooting a music video on this. I would love to see that. So he ends up shooting the video. The jacket looked amazing. The video was cool. A week later, I see him walk in with his girlfriend. They wanted to return the jacket. I had to
Wow. So you know who did that too? Kevin Samuels. He would buy expensive gear and return it. And the reason why they do that is because they want to portray being ballers when they're not. And the funny thing is that if DDG truly had the money, he would just keep it. Why not?
tell them, no, you cannot do that. First reason was it was smelling like cologne. The second reason, it smelled a lot like smoke. The third reason,
weed.
It was worn. He looked at me and he said, you cannot prove that. And I pulled out my phone, pulled out the video, and I said, this you. he was speechless. He was speechless, and his girlfriend did not like that. She said, "This is extremely unprofessional." Just
how's it unprofessional? I mean, he says he could. He says when he said you can't prove that, and she proved that, then what's the problem? You know what I mean? I mean, she proved it. So what's the problem with that? You know? And that's the crazy thing. That's the that's crazy. Anyway, here we go.
very livid.
Eventually, DDG allegedly returned the jacket at a different location. Instead of taking his $6,000.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, let me see things. Deontay, welcome to the stage. Deontay, what are your thoughts on DDG's return?
How you doing, DJ?
Doing good.
Oh yeah. I don't really know, man. I think that a lot of these guys, they just get entitled over the years, you know, like and then when they run into somebody who's not playing that game with them, you know, they get upset because a lot of times these dudes really do get their way, you know, like it's just that one time you don't get it, you can't start tripping and going crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I don't know. I've seen worse though. You know, I've seen celebrities do way worse when they get turned down for something.
Yes. Check out my Sunday show. The crime shows. It gets that bad. It gets really bad. Let me go ahead and go a little bit. Here we go.
And moving on, the rapper shared the incident with his millions of followers.
Now, the smart thing would just be to move on, because if anybody was thinking wisely, they would say, why did you even try to take the jacket that you clearly used back? Why would you try to take it back? I mean, the young lady was not out of place. It's like, dude, I mean, it's when the right to take back clothing is when it hasn't been thoroughly worn. Like, you can just grab the jacket back, right? Put it on the rack, and it doesn't stink up the whole business, or it doesn't have any evidence of use. That's what they mean when you can return expensive items like that. But, you know, you got to fake it to make it, I guess.
When a rapper does a music video, right? They pay a stylist to do what? Go pick up clothes, and then what do? Return it. When these rappers,
no, they don't. If they do, what they don't see, what either one, he's showing how rappers are scamming, the retail locations, or two, he doesn't realize that those were probably rented. And what I mean is, like, they were rented. Like, there was an agreement that, okay, you're going to rent this used jacket and use the jacket, and then you're going to come back the next day and you're going to pay a fee, which for an expensive jacket like that, it might be like $500. He wasn't trying to do that. He was trying to return a jacket and get all his money back.
You know, DJ, in those situations, he just didn't know what the hell he was doing, because I don't care if it's rappers, talk show hosts, Good Morning America. A lot of, if you notice at the end of a lot of shows, they'll tell you what the people were wearing, the wardrobe, and they'll tell you where it's from and everything like that. So it's like you said, they make a deal with these companies where the producer will get the girl, she'll go to the store, pick up all this gear, the rappers wear it in the video, show it off, rap about it. Then he takes the outfit off. Only time he ever wears it when he's on camera, and she do return it. I think that's what he was talking about. He didn't understand is you can't just do that yourself. It's a deal that's made with your record company.
There you go. The way you explained it was perfect. He was trying to make it sound like it was a legit agreement or something like that. He wasn't trying to make it sound like it was a legit agreement. He was just trying to make it sound like he was using another person's excuse reason. I should say another person's operandi as his when he just simply went in the store, bought it. They thought he was going to keep it, and then he took it back.
Yeah, now you done got your girlfriend embarrassed, like that's just
Right.
you know.
Yeah, I think they would have been fine if he didn't start talking smack about it later. I want to welcome to the stage as well, Darnell. Darnell is in the house.
Hey, how you doing, DJ? Dante, how y'all doing tonight?
Doing good, doing good. How about you?
Oh, yeah, I'm hanging in there. I was just enjoying the commentary.
I appreciate you coming through. Let me play a little bit more of this video here because it gets really crazy. Here we go.
Be wearing these clothes. They don't keep them damn clothes, bro. They get them back to the stylist, and then the stylist go take it back. I wasn't gonna make myself keep a jacket that I didn't like.
The TikToker said he posted a photo of the original receipt that.
This is the weird thing. When you're buying a $6,000 jacket, you're convinced you like it before you leave the place. You're literally buying. And remember, think about a vehicle. And a jacket's even more strict. A $6,000 jacket is really even more strict. When you drive it off the lot, you own it.
Mm-hmm.
And those jacket and the kind of stores, I guarantee you, their policy is about the same. And this is a funny thing. I truly believe he dragged the Little Mermaid into these stores with him because he knew that her clout would get it returned, not him by himself. They would have told him, nigga, leave. But they saw he was with the Little Mermaid. That made things different. They said because they don't want any of that kind of bad, Little Mermaid, Little Mermaid boyfriend got dogged out at this store or that store. That was going to be a problem.
Wait, so this was a jacket, like a suit jacket or a sports coat?
I think it was a leather jacket.
Leather jacket. Okay, leather jacket. I heard him say, when you were playing the tape, well, I didn't like it, so I decided to take it back. It's like, well, don't they let you try it on and you can see yourself in the mirror?
That my point exactly. Yep, you can walk
I hate
around
this.
it,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
walk around in it. They would have probably been fine if he just even if he took it out of the store, right, and went home with it and then tried it on again and maybe had a second thought about it, that would be different. But he clearly wore it, used it in a video that he was going to try to make money on, which even makes it even worse.
Oh, yeah, that
saying?
makes sense now. Mm-hmm.
Now, what Deontay was explaining was on point. What a lot of these guys do is they'll technically either rent or make an arrangement with the designers or the store, and they will promote the designers and the store in an agreement. The person goes out and gets it, somebody will pick it up. But see that even still, I guarantee you, those stores and everything say, hey, this doesn't, you can, throw up and smoke all over around this jacket because it needs to come back. And we need the next artist to wear it and without them catching something from it. So, yeah. To the stage, Tev, what's up?
What's good?
Just talking about, really not just DGG. Let me stop.
You talking how the rappers be faking it till they make it? Because that's look like
basically
what they doing with their
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. Guys, I bought a sports coat when I was in Kuwait. It cost me about 300 or 400 Kuwaiti dinar, and Kuwaiti dinar, one Kuwaiti dinar is like $4. So that sports coat cost me. That was about $1,000 sports coat. I still own it to this day. You know, I mean,
Shoot, I would own it to this day.
you know, or either that, or if you can't afford it, you just don't buy it. You know, and but like in DDG's case, like just say, look, you know, I'm broke, I'm struggling, you know. I would have more respect for him. Like I wouldn't be making fun of him, clowning him or nothing.
Darnell, they swear he make more. They swear he make more money than Halle. If he did, he wouldn't be faking it till he make it like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly he doesn't. Clearly he doesn't, because if you got to return, how much did the sports? You said jacket cost, or leather jacket cost? $6,000.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if you got to return it as soon as you buy it, yeah, I mean, especially, I mean, you're talking about a jacket. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
you can try it. You can try it on. You can look at it. You can say, "Hey, I like it," or "Man, this is garbage. I don't want this. This ain't worth it." You know?
You know what just hit my mind? I don't think he bought it with his money, and I think that might have been why Halle came with him, because she probably got mad. Like, dude, why are you spending $6,000 of my money, you know, for this jacket?
DDG been known to be a troublemaker. Even when he was dating Halle, it was this one situation when Halle went to get her nails done, and DDG was at the nail shop stirring shit up, from what I heard on social media. Cause
Yeah. Let me play a little bit more. Here we go.
Jacket that I didn't like.
The TikToker said he posted a photo of the original receipt that included her name, store location, and department.
He doxed her.
that young lady must work at the store.
And here's the weird thing. He could have just moved on. He got his money. And that's how evil this dude is. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
This must have been the young lady who worked at the store he rented the jacket from.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, he doxed her. Watch.
With social media to post the receipt of this jacket. In that photo, he said my first name, all of that information, and said I was racist and I called him the N-word with a hard R. I did not do this. I had 3 coworkers there, 2 of which were black, my assistant manager, and if I had done this, I would have been immediately fired. I worked.
Well, maybe not immediately fired, but the thing is that why would somebody racist follow a black rapper? You know, that right there, she doesn't really need to say anything. If anything, she makes herself like worse to try to explain it. But no, they're not going to, just because they're going to be like, oh, forget it. The fact that he said that, she can actually sue him for defamation if there's enough evidence. Easily. A lot of people don't know this, but you can't run around, call people, you know, something they are not. You know, like if you call a somebody who's known for being racist, and it can be true, you know, made proven in court, you're good. But if you can't, you better get your pocketbooks ready. You better get your pocketbook ready, because they don't play. You cannot do that. You cannot go around saying somebody's something that they are not.
A year after that, the store manager ended up apologizing to me for what he put me through.
DDG responded by being defensive, dismissive, and dripping in his usual sarcasm.
Why you keep saying doxed? I don't know her name. How can you dox somebody not knowing their name or anything?
Listen more. Let's listen.
She said you saw the receipt.
The guy whispered, you see what he said? He said, she said you saw her receipt.
Oh, maybe I did. I don't remember.
Boom. Caught in a lie again. He was caught in a lie when he took back the jacket, he was caught in a lie right here about, you know, saying that he didn't dox her.
It's 3 years ago, bro. Please, if I'm gonna get sued for that, sue me. I would love to go to court.
No, you don't. Let me tell you something. Sociopaths, narcissists cannot stand court because the court's all about truth.
But this wasn't just about a jacket anymore. What emerged from this scandal was a glimpse into a deeper character flaw, one that has followed DDG through multiple controversies: the entitlement, the inability to take accountability, the pettiness disguised as clapbacks, the urge to weaponize his platform when things don't go his way. Critics called him a broke-ass ninja, but others saw something more troubling: a grown man still operating with the emotional maturity of someone who can't take no for an answer, someone who can't separate personal ego from public accountability, someone who turns every minor conflict into a power play, leveraging followers, fame, and sympathy to spin the story in his favor, and a girlfriend who will co-sign his tomfoolery. Don't forget about her now. And the worst part, that was...
He did for a while. Until it got to her. Angela Reddick says DDG is extremely jealous of Hallie's fame and talent. He feels inferior to her and wants to humble her. Bars. I'm glad she is standing up for herself and her child. Me too. Me too. Me too. So we're going to move forward, though.
The first...
This ain't nothing yet. We're going to pop some balloons right here. You know, because it's funny because a lot of people don't realize that, remember that this is me hammering home why I think a lot of men have children with women to control them.
It's crazy. My son ain't got no parent at 4 a.m. Nobody want to watch him. She got Marsh. She got Marsh watching the baby at 4.
This is Blueface. Blueface is at this woman's house uninvited at 4 a.m. in the morning. Okay. She has a proper babysitter for her child.
And he should have known that before he knocked her up. We all knew how she was before he knocked her up.
Right. He knew the industry she was in because
he went from one ratchet baby mama to another ratchet baby mama.
And but see, the thing is this. You're right. The problem is he's double ratchet. Actually, that makes it double ratchet for him.
Because the first one is a Latina who got a BBL, and we all know what kind of Latinas black men attract.
So basically, this is the deal. And Deontay and Darnell, jump in anytime. He's at her house at 4 a.m. If he was truly concerned about the child, okay, he would have.
He would have kept him.
Bob, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, he would have just already had to. It's like I said earlier in the comments. It's a lot of these couples. They sitting across from each other. The baby is laying on the floor on his belly, and they got a chessboard on his back. You see what I'm saying? They playing the game with the child. Now they got a real excuse to act as crazy as they want to act, because all they got to do is insert my baby or my child or my son, and that excuses all the other nonsense that they doing. If he was really worried about him, he'd have got him. I mean, both of these people, Krishan and Blueface, I don't know much about them, but I know enough that both of them got enough ammo to really get the full custody of the baby. It's really about whoever filed the full custody first. Because, I mean, she is the definition of a ratchet chick. She was drinking on camera, drinking champagne, smoking cigarettes while she was pregnant with the baby. At the BET working in a bikini on while she's pregnant with the baby. So, and Krishan, Blueface, he just like that ratchet stuff. I understand, right? But you gotta know who you're having a child with, though. You know?
Right. What I've learned is this: a lot of men, they love that ratchet until they they get upset.
Yeah, hey, I told you before, D, that I got a little ratchet problem myself, a little bit. Man. I keep it under control. I don't got no kids. You know what I'm saying? And like,
Right.
because you have to look at the bigger picture. You know, as people, we're going to spend less than 10% of our lives, probably less than 5%, actually having sex. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
if you base your whole life on, I want to be with this person because the sex is good. We're gonna have babies. We're gonna have a family. No, you're just gonna have good sex and a terrible life and you get divorced.
Yeah.
Good sex is more than winds up more than just a baby. You can wind up with a baby and a baby mama who ain't no good. You
That's
can
what.
also
Yeah.
wind up marrying this person and come to find out she's a terrible wife too. Guys
Yeah.
don't think about that.
Mm-hmm.
They just looking at the JJ man and don't see the big picture. You
It is
know.
usually when people date people that's out of their league, especially when a lot of black men date these exotic women. And they get mad, they cry on
Well,
social media when the women burn them. We see this happen or take all his money. We see it happen over and over again. And at this point, I don't care.
And
well, I mean,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Darnell.
I was just going to say, I just wanted to disagree with a little bit of Tevin's point there about, foreign women, men dating foreign women beyond their league. You got to remember.
I didn't say foreign women. I said exotic looking women.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I misunderstood you, but even exotic looking women.
You know,
That's because you got to remember
the women with the IG baddie. Instead, I was talking about those
Yeah.
women. I didn't say foreign, like
Yeah,
overseas.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I understand what you're saying. And I do apologize for misunderstanding here. But at the same time, that I have to say this is that looks are superficial. You know what I mean? It's
You're right
not.
about that
It's not
too.
tangible.
And I'm hoping Torch get to that pop the balloon challenge that I seen this week with
You nailed it.
with the black woman who wore her natural hair, and the guy said he don't like
Wait,
women with short hair.
Stop.
But
Wait,
Torch,
Tevin, don't
check
ruin
this
it.
out.
Tevin, don't ruin it for everybody. Don't ruin it for.
I didn't want to ruin it, but that guy should know
listen,
how natural hair works.
Yeah, you nailed it. I think both you and Darnell nailed it, and you guys are gonna love it because I just had my hand on my mouse click on that video, and we going into it right now because this is something everybody has to see. This was crazy to me. Here we go. Susie Bear's in the house. Susie Bear's good seeing you. Here we go.
So much. Yeah.
Why not?
Okay, so I'm going to
I'll
move
say
on a little bit. First, I want to show you the first guy for a little bit. Not much, but I want to show you this.
All right, ladies. So we're going to be bringing out some single men one by one. When he comes around this corner, if you like what you see, you like what you hear, do not pop your balloon. However, if there's anything that you're just really not feeling, you cannot see yourself being with this man, go ahead and pop your balloon. Yep, that's right. And I'll go over to you and see why you ended up popping your balloon. Are you guys ready? Okay. Well, with that being said, let's go ahead and bring out our first single guy. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
My name is Clinton.
Clinton, how old are you?
I am 38. I'll actually be 39 in 2 weeks here.
Oh, happy early birthday.
Thank you very much.
Now, what do you do?
So I work in education. I'm an assistant principal, athletic director for high school.
Very nice. Okay, and what do you like to do for fun?
He comes off like he gives me a okay, here we, let's keep it going. Susie Bear goes. Oh my gosh! Show again.
So I like to play sports. Most of the time I'm playing volleyball, pickleball, basketball when I feel like it again. Love spending time with my family. Love singing. That's probably one of my favorite things to do.
Okay.
Like watching TV shows, just hanging out, taking walks, enjoying outdoors.
Nice. Okay. And now what do you look for in a woman?
First and foremost, I look for God-fearing woman. That's something that's super important to me. My faith is probably the most important thing to me. Look for someone who is emotionally intelligent. Love a woman that knows how she feels and knows how to communicate that. Look for someone who is willing to have fun, but also be down to earth. So those things are really, really important to me. And someone just who respects themselves and respects other people.
Okay, good. And now what are some deal breakers?
Deal breakers for me would be someone who doesn't have a relationship with God, knows where they're at with him. Someone who's not emotionally intelligent. Really don't want to deal with someone who's afraid to communicate, talk with me, how they're feeling, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. Someone who's not willing to do things, try new things, enjoy life experiences.
All right, got it. So we did get a pop balloon. Let's go on over.
Okay, what do you guys think so far?
This guy, I mean, I don't think nothing is bad with him. He a little too, I don't know if you ever watched the show before.
He sounds a little feminine.
Yeah, he's definitely a feminine, but it's like, dude, you know, most of the type of shit you see on this show, like he's better off going to like a singles dating at like a church or something. And that's no knock against him. I'm just saying he's gonna have a better chance of finding the type of woman he wants after these girls are Instagram models. You know, he
I
got
wouldn't go on that show because I mean it's I don't want to get secondhand embarrassment because some of these chicks, I mean some of the women on that show, they are superficial, but not all of them.
Yeah. You know, I mean, you know, to your point, I'll say, yeah, there. I'll be honest with you. I think a lot of the women on this show, on the Pop the Balloon show, are superficial. You know, you got to remember. I mean, I have.
And shallow,
I'm
just
sorry?
like the men too. They shallow, just like the men too.
Well, I mean, maybe I haven't seen enough. You know, of the men, I guess. I don't know.
The men are the same
as
way
far
the
as
women are. They pop the balloon.
Okay.
Everybody else pop their balloon first. And they have a lot of them do have some dumb reason on why they pop the balloon. It goes both ways.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, I've seen a few of the guys.
Everybody, sorry to interrupt. Which I said what I said. A good night. She came through. I appreciate her coming through. Give her a hand of applause or something, or you know, shout out. Sorry to interrupt, but let me go forward because he's not even the star of the show. So, but let's watch him interact with the ladies, and then I'm going to go to the other guy. Okay, here we go.
Love automatically her.
I'll tell you, I have no problems with what he's wearing. I would wear that. I'd wear that.
Personality.
Yeah. But DJ,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, DJ, but did you hear? You know, her response. You know, is that okay? He said nothing wrong. Great answers. He looks good. Very attractive. All this other stuff. But you know, she's not interested, kind of thing. Which. And I get it. I'm not upset with her for okay, she's not interested. I mean,
Darnell,
what's that?
I think she really likes him.
Mm-hmm. Say again.
I think she really likes him. You know what tells me that?
Well, I mean, she popped her balloon and rejected him.
That doesn't mean anything.
Well, I mean, as I understand how the show works, you pop your balloon, it means, hey, I'm not interested in you.
She's interested. That smile and those eyes are just the body language.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to see how this goes, because I wasn't expecting this clip. I was expecting the other clip.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to say. This is a warm up right
This
here.
the first part, but this ain't the controversial part that everybody be talking about on social media, especially a lot of those red
Tevin,
pill guys. And I
Tevin,
can't wait till we get to
Tevin,
that part.
Tevin. I got that coming up. But I'm trying to make a comparison. Work with me, bro. Work with me. We're gonna get there. Okay. So let's watch them again. Just watch a little bit more. We're gonna watch like another minute, maybe at the most, of this person right here. Here we go.
I would approach if I were just out and about, but love your smile. Think it's very, very gorgeous.
Thank you. We did get another pop down over here. Your name and age?
Hi, my name is Kisu, and I'm
I
27.
And Kisu, what do you do?
I work in clinical nutrition, and I'm a co-founder of a social club in Atlanta.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
Great guy, you look amazing, but the age gap, I was like pondering, I'm 27, you said you were 38.
Yes.
Yeah, that's 11 years, bro. But other than that, that's the main
Okay.
reason why for me.
That's a good reason. That's a good reason.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand her point of view. The age gap. Okay, if you're not comfortable with I believe that's what was that, a 10-year age gap?
11. Yeah.
I understand 11. Okay, 11-year age gap. I can understand. Hey, I'm just not comfortable dating somebody with a 11-year age gap. I can understand that. So she's good.
What's the oldest that you would date?
Probably like 35. I feel like 8 years is a good age range, but 10,
too much for you.
Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you.
Understandable.
Okay,
Now, is she someone that's your
now
type?
she lost
Yes,
me now.
love her style.
I
Great
would say like,
smile. Love her personality. Seems like she's soft spoken, but also can have fun. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Notice how he has thoughtful replies for these women. This is important for you guys to pick up. Remember, whether you think this guy is cool or not doesn't matter. When you see the next dude, you're gonna understand what I mean.
All right, we did get a pop over here. Your name and age?
Sure, I'm Sammy, 31.
Okay, and Sammy, what do you do?
I work in tech sales.
Very nice. And why did you end up popping your balloon?
So initial attraction, but I'm getting more of like a brotherly vibe. So yeah, that's why I popped.
I see. Okay. What's giving you like brotherly vibes?
Very soft spoken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like, a little bit more out there. That's about it. Nothing crazy.
Okay.
Could be because I'm nervous, but
Nice guy.
And now is she someone that's your type?
Yeah, I think that's
gorgeous.
I think that's
very
what's going on. Let me drop the link just in case somebody else wants to come up.
That's what I was talking about earlier too with this guy. The last two ladies were very nice to him. She don't like him because of his age. She don't like him because he's like a little brother or big brother. She was hitting at it though, the last girl. She really wanted him to be more outwardly masculine. Not like a toxic masculine, but just be more,
Right.
like, yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I'll tell you, they all really
I
like
mean,
it.
what? To me, she may as well just say. I was just gonna say, to me, she just may as well say, "Hey, I just want a thug." I'm getting brother vibe. I know what that means. You know what I mean?
That's not always the case.
It's
And
just
sometimes it could be, but that's not always what it is. Because a lot of these women, just be for real, a lot of these women do want a man with a whole lot of money. And he don't gotta be a rapper or a thug. He can just be a player or an actor or somebody of a high status, like a big nice celebrity.
But he don't even have to have all of that.
I
if
love
he-
the celebrity at that, but
Yeah, what I'm saying, if a woman sees a man that's productive and making big bank, he don't have to be a celebrity unless she's like this super
exactly.
like that. Yeah, but like the girl that said that the 11 was too old, but when she said the 35, 8 years, I said, nah, see, it's almost like what Sean Connery said, like,
Yeah.
what can you do with $7 billion, $4 billion you can't do with 7 or whatever. It's like the chick is 11 years younger, but if he would have said, oh yeah, I own a construction company, it's valued at $12 million. She wouldn't have cared if he was 20 years older, especially if he carried it like
Yep.
if you looking like he was
Exactly.
20
You can't really think. You can't really think for what I mean. I see what you're saying. Is that it almost seems like she's threading the needle as far as age.
Oh no, yeah,
As
I'm not
soon as
saying that
these
it's wrong or
guys
no.
say how much money they make, especially if he has 6 figures, we will see less balloon pops.
That's why
Mm-hmm.
when the guys come out and they like, I see some of these girls where the guy come out and he'll be 5'5", they just popping, and then he tell them like, oh, I got this and that, and a few of the chicks will be like, oh man, like I wish I wouldn't have popped, like you know what I'm saying? If I'd have known that, but like, I don't blame a woman at all for wanting a man like who's making more than somebody else, like. I don't think that that's an issue because we want a young, beautiful woman. You know, we got our preferences. It's just that, like, this guy right here, he's not in that category, so he's always going to get that deflection. He needs to just go to his church. I know he give me a nice lady there.
Now you got to be careful about the meeting woman in church. I used to live in Calera, a little small town called Calera, Alabama, and I'm
That's
telling
not
you,
too far from Alabama. That's real close
oh,
to Hoover and Alabaster and all those cities.
Okay,
yes,
you guys.
yes, sir.
Hold on one second. Here we go.
Pretty, probably not someone I'd approach initially, but I do appreciate your honesty.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we got another one over here. Your name and age.
My name is Drea, and I'm 31 years old.
Drea, what do you do?
I'm an educator.
You're on the same field. So why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Well, first off, I think you're really handsome, but I just get like a more friend vibe coming from you.
You know what it is. That's
I don't know if that friend vibe is really supposed to be. That's I think how it's supposed to be. Your love, your loved one is supposed to be
And
a
Tosh,
friend.
I should tell you
Otherwise,
this.
you end up hating each other.
I think a lot of teachers aren't attracted to each other. They like people in other professions.
Okay, I want to go to
Especially
this
they work in the
lady right here.
same district.
Here we go.
One.
And Rebel, what do you do?
I am an interior designer and a contemporary dancer.
If you want to go ahead and just answer his question.
Okay, so to be honest, I probably am gonna pop. I do pray to God. I do identify as being spiritual, but I do not go to church. And I guess like God, I do love God, but it's not like the center of my universe, you know?
Gotcha.
And I feel like I'm probably not on the same level that you're at.
I can respect
I can respect. I respect her, DJ. I mean, I respect her answer right there. You know, is that hey, look, God is the center of your universe. I do believe in God, but I'm not that type of person, and I might be the wrong person for you. You know what I mean? Not to say that she's a bad person, I just
She's
don't
not a
think
match.
we're exactly. I got no issues with her at all.
Shout out
Yeah,
to Chip.
nothing's wrong with that. I'm sorry, DJ.
I'm not
just
a church
saying,
person myself.
No,
but my mama
go ahead.
keep
Go ahead.
encouraging me to go.
Wait 1 second, Tevin. Deontay was about to say something. I was just shouting out, take a bite in the house.
Okay. Oh yeah. No, I was just saying that. Look, I think that sometimes when people do what he's doing, there's nothing wrong with what he's doing, but a lot of times I feel like they use God as a shame and guilt tactic sometimes. Like when they lead with I need a woman or a man that's only about God, all of this stuff, and you like, well, you can't go into the public space and expect to find that like that. It's like I'm gonna swim out to the middle of a lake and throw a cast out for some shrimp. It's like, dude, you good luck. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be more precise about where you going fishing at. Like that's why I'm joking about it, but I'm serious. He needs to find places where there are more like-minded people in that space. Because going out to a superficial Instagram balloon popping show like this, you ain't about to find no no real God fearing women, even though half these chicks will probably say that's the kind of man they want. But when he walk in their
Exactly.
face like this dude is right now, they popping balloons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward it to the next dude. Here we go.
including financial, um, physical, and, emotional, and then also spiritual.
Okay, very nice. So, what are some things you like to do for fun?
I like to travel. So, like to travel. Very outgoing. Love it. Sporting events. I like beach. Very outdoorsy. I love food.
Okay.
And really anything to do with trying new experiences. So, very much excited for life.
Nice. Okay. And now, what are some things you look for in a woman?
Well, definitely someone who takes health and wellness, a priority. Someone who is kind, someone who is compassionate, someone who is also driven to, always be progressing in whatever it is that they're doing.
Nice. Okay. And now, what are some deal breakers?
Someone that smokes cigarettes, someone that undervalues, self-care. Someone that has a lot of unhealed traumas.
Okay.
And someone that's promiscuous.
All right.
Okay, so you heard it from him. Just to let you guys know.
He said he wants somebody that's what a high sex drive. I believe that what he mentioned when he said promiscuous.
No, he said he doesn't want somebody who's promiscuous.
We all know that he want a woman with a high sex drive. Let's just say what it is.
Basically, I think what I think he's projecting, in my opinion, because why would you say a woman is promiscuous when, number one, women are 1/3 as promiscuous as men in our community, so that's not even a factor. So why he brought it up, I think it was like a little bit of I think he has a little bit of a chip on his block. I mean, a chip on his shoulder. But let's find out more. Here we go.
I'll say more so like the hair. So
that what he fucked up at right there.
Okay, look at his hair.
They look like they look like it's the same texture.
Basically.
Yeah, it's two different things about this one. The second one is kind of different. The first one is this dude obviously attacked her, right? Like he felt salty that she popped her balloon. He feels like he's better than her, like just looks wise. I can tell like that the way he stood up when she started to answer the question of why she popped. Like he said, the hair.
And I wonder if she blew her hair out.
Tevin, let Deontay finish.
She didn't say anything about his physical appearance, negative, nothing. All she said was the initial attraction. Like, no, he probably feel like he's one of those like low key controller dudes. You know what I'm saying? So that's what he kind of come off as, like with all of his what he was talking about. Now, here go the second part. Is completely different, but this has nothing to do with her, by the way. At least when it comes to her hair. I don't think that this whole thing, because I saw how it went viral everywhere, right? I don't think this whole thing is really fully fair to men. And this is why. There's only one little part. He said he didn't like her short hair. I understand, okay, that's your thing, dude. But I disagree with him because she can grow her hair, she can do what she want to do, or just move on to the next chick. But everybody jumped on this dude, especially the girl that's coming up, jumped on him.
I got one thing to say, but I'm gonna let
I'm almost there. I was like, women are, like I said earlier, are popping balloons at men who are 5'4", 5'5". They can't grow their bodies. And men really take that in stride. Yeah, some dudes get mad, but most short dudes know they short. Bald guys who can't grow their hair know they bald. And men who not making six figures know that they not no six-figure man, especially if you in your mid-40s. At that point, you ain't making it. But that don't mean you a bad person or a bad man. You got these chicks up here just turning people down off, of, especially like the height thing. That's crazy. Only 85%. I mean, only 15% of the men in this world are over 6 foot. And
And you
he can
know,
grow her hair out, but he couldn't grow himself. That's the only rebuttal I had, and it wasn't really against her. It was really just against all the women who jumped on this dude. Like, but y'all talk shit about short men though.
but the crazy thing is, women do not want men that's shorter than them, especially if he the height of a teenager. Most women ain't gonna want that because that people assume that's a mom-son relationship. But I get what you say about the height part.
No, yeah, no, I know that's the thing. I totally agree with what you said. Most women don't want no. I mean, I'm 5'10". You know what I'm saying? And I still got chicks telling me they wish I was an inch taller or whatever. Like, but what I'm saying is this: a man, if you see me today and I'm 5'10", and I see a woman and she got an afro that's 3 inches long, and I see her 2 years later, and I'm still 5'10", she could have grew her hair out a foot, 2 feet. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about naturally, no wigs or weave. That's why I'm saying, like, it's crazy that they
That's
jump
the
on
thing.
him.
These same men be wanting women to wear their natural hair, and then when they wear their
Yeah, I
natural
like
hair, they
women.
get mad when it's short.
I like
Our
women
hair
with
shrinks
natural hair.
up, but then we blow it out. It be longer than what it is when it's in the curly state.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me 1 second. Let me read Susie Bear's message. I think it hits hard. This lady is effing gorgeous, and this is why I don't like this show. It's ghetto, and these women are too good for these dusties. They need to be out date. They need to be dating out. And
Cause the thing with this Pop the Balloon show is a lot of these women are dusty too.
now,
Especially the next one in this same clip that's finna have her input.
well, we'll get on that in a second. We know one thing: this young lady is not dusty.
We know she ain't.
Yeah.
But I
Okay.
can't say that about Nick
Here's the weird
Cannon.
thing. Here's the weird thing: is that the issue I have and why I say the problem I have with him is like number one, his hair is literally identical to hers. Number one, but a man does have a right to have preferences, correct? Um, but here's the thing: she looks better than he do. Number one, okay, if we were just to objectively grade them, number one, she looks way better than he do. She's an exotical. There's no other man, regardless of race, going to turn this woman down because of her hair. Let's just be honest. Let's get it out there. He has, to me, and it gets worse during this whole interview. He has a deep-seated issue with blackness. I think and here's the funny part. Sadly enough, he has that right. I think it's disgusting, but he has that right. My issue is how did this nigga get on the show in the first place? Because I know they had to fill out some sort of, you know, questionnaire or something like that. He does not, in my opinion, he does not like one of these women on this show because they all have type C hair. And the funny thing is this, it's funny how he targeted hair and he targeted the kinkiness of hair because hair is one of the most malleable parts of a woman. They can have their hair in a fro one day, and then it can be in curls the next day, and it could be straight as a whip, on Friday. Whatever they want to do, women know how to. There's so much technology in getting hair done that it can be any way you
But
want it.
but
The fact that
oh, sorry.
he picked out the one of the most changeable items to judge a woman, not personality, not kindness, not anything like that. He picked out her freaking hair first. That is something we need to
And
think
these
about.
the same men that say they hate when
But
black
but
women wear
DJ,
weaves.
oh,
Okay, let me finish my
but
rant, and then I'll
but
let you guys for a second. I only got like 10 more seconds. This is what gets to me. Okay, is that he's literally all he needed to do is nod and say, "Oh," like the other guy. The reason why I brought up the other guy is to show you that whether you like or the other guy or not, whether the other guy was feminine or not, doesn't matter. He still interacted with the women in a positive way, even though he was not getting the response he might have gotten. That I will give him a little bit. The guy before her some points just for that. For some reason, men, our maturity has. We were supposed to be the ones that are supposed to be, respectable and the adult in the room. But these dudes can't keep themselves from doing that. That's what kind of bothers me. And what's ironic, he's literally dissing this woman who's probably more than likely one of the most attractive women in this room. I'm not saying she is because the other women are competing with her real hard. But I will say this: I will
She
say
wanted the ones that are soft spoken, but these men swear they love soft spoken women. But in reality they go for the opposite.
all right. I'd like to welcome to the stage, Femi.
But
Hey, DJ Torch.
How's it going?
It's going all right. How you doing?
Doing good.
It's good
I'm
to hear
going
from
to
you.
wait. Let's let Darnell say he had something to say, and then Femi, you can stop talking.
Okay.
The only thing I wanted to respond to real quick, DJ Torch, is what you said is that okay? Men on the show, talk about a woman's hair, it's malleable, and you're right. You're absolutely right. But at the same time, I've seen plenty of or enough of these pop the balloon segments where women on this show have dismissed a man for the kind of shoes he got on, the kind of shirt he wearing. It's like a man can, buy another pair of shoes or change his shirt. So I think it kind of goes both ways with this show.
I would have to look into that, but I think basically, I would say that it's. I would have to see that in context because women use it's a big deal, and it's been out for 60 years. By the way, that a lot of women in
the hair.
multiple cultures judge men on the kind of shoes they wear because it's. I cannot say why because I never put on, but they do. But I have. Let's go by this show here. Let's go by this show here, so that we're not. How should I put it? Confusing the listeners in the chat into thinking, into trying to reference something that they don't or haven't seen yet. I will. Darnell, I will put you to task. Darnell, I will put you to task. Do me a favor, and actually everybody, if you want, find those clips and send them to me, and we will go over those.
Can I reply to him real quick?
Absolutely, go for it, Femi.
So I just want men to understand. Sometimes, like, I hear all this stuff like black women's mean and black women's this and black women's that. But when I watch this show, when a woman turns you down because she'll say something like your clothes or she'll say something like this or that. And just like I said, when she said, "Oh, you're like my friend," these are just nice ways of letting guys down. You know what I'm saying? So they don't be like, take it real personal. Because like you said, I can change my pants. So to me, if somebody's turning that guy down because of or if there's guys that look like they're on a DL, if they're dressed like that, that will be a reason. And they're not going to say, well, there was one girl who said that, and that was very rude and disrespectful. I feel like even if she felt like that, she shouldn't have said that because most of the women are not going to say that. They're just going to, decline. Like, yeah, I don't like your outfit. And they might be thinking something else, but they're not going to verbalize that because it's kind of rude. So So when you look at the show and you look at them guys, you have to really look at their clothes or look in the comments, because you'll see a lot of the women say the same thing. Like, yeah, we all kind of think the same thing about that. But I'm only going to be up here a second. I wanted to go what DJ was saying when he was like, he commented about her hair. So I don't take this show seriously. I think the women might come on here to be a little bit more serious, but since I've been watching it, it seems like men get on here and say the most triggering things to women. Now, he knew that would trigger a reaction, because this is a big thing on social media. Black men been telling us for the past 5 years, oh, go natural, wear natural, why you wearing weave? And then you get a girl that's natural and say her hair is short. Number one, her hair is not short. It's just in a shrunken state. It's not short. For her hair to be like that, and I wish she would have just like took her hair and pulled it out, but she didn't like him anyway. So she probably, remember that girl that pulled her wig off that day when she was like, I don't need no braids under here, and busted his bubble. I wish she would have just stretched her hair out and been like, my hair is not short. But I think she didn't like him. That's why she didn't care. But men purposely come on this show and try to like trigger women. The whole thing about being promiscuous, to me, I think a lot of these guys don't have brains, and they just repeat what other people have said, and repeat stuff that from guys that they know have went viral. Like, they repeat things that are viral. I mean, to come on the show and say, I want somebody that's not promiscuous. I mean, I think we all want that. I don't think no girls coming on the show like, I'm promiscuous, but I'm trying to get a man. I don't think, I mean, from the shows being on, I haven't seen that. But
And those are the same women dudes would try to claim is try to clown is accuse them of being 304s.
I mean, I think they just accuse all women of that. Somebody accused me of that. So I think that's just something that, like I said, I think a lot of these things are just been ingrained from all these content creators. I think that somebody said that they didn't like this show. I really, if you first watched the show was really a dating show. But I think that you had these red pill, Manosphere, Kevin Samuels men, and they came on the show to diss women. And once that got popular, you supposed to do what keeps you popular. So that's probably why they let it go on. But originally the show didn't start like that. The men started disrespecting the women on here, and the show got more like, before the men started disrespecting the women, nobody even knew about this show. Nobody even knew about this girl's channel until these men started doing that. So it didn't start out like that, but this is what it grew into. And I just personally feel like none of these men that come on this show, not none of them, I'm going to just say 95% of them, they're not actually looking for a date. They're coming for a viral moment. They're coming to diss black women. They're coming to shame us and to make us look like fools on TV. I don't think like there's really anything else to it. And I'm just going to say this one last thing. I see a lot of people arguing like, oh, it's his preference. And women say this too. We have to start to like read people's souls. If a woman says she don't like a man's hair, she might not really like his hair. When these type of men come on here and say this, they're just saying it to trigger somebody. It's not the same. They're saying the most triggering things to you. He could possibly like her hair, because black men said they like natural hair. He could possibly like her hair, but they're not coming on here to be nice. They're coming on here, the SBE women, basically. Shame,
And
blame,
you know when they say they like natural hair, we all know what type of hair they mean. They mean that biracial, exotical type hair types.
Well, they need to start saying that then.
But Miss Femi, the thing is, what you just said, you kind of contradicted yourself when you said, okay, it's okay for a woman to say, okay, I don't like a guy's hair, I don't like his hairstyle.
I never said that.
You actually did.
I didn't say it was okay.
Mm-hmm.
I said women say these things because they mean it. Men say it to.
But you're inferring that it's okay, right? Because they mean it, right?
I didn't say that either way. I'm just telling you, women come on and they're being honest, and men are coming on to shame you. They're coming on here to belittle you.
So what if a man is saying, "Hey, I don't like your hairstyle," and he's just being honest?
Let me tell you something. I'm 40 years old, so
Go
I've been
ahead.
dating for a real long time. Never in all my
Okay.
years, and I'm a hairstylist. I didn't had a million bajillion hairstyles, right? Natural weave,
hmm
braids, short blonde, green hair, purple hair. I've never
hmm
well, I guess I'll say I've been dating for like, I guess 15, 20 years or whatever. I've never heard a man say anything about my hair. As many hairstyles that I had. So if a
Well,
man
I wasn't talking about your hair personally. I was just saying, and
what I'm telling you is men in general don't care that much
mhm.
about hair. But all of a sudden, since it's popular,
that's not true. That's not true. I'm a man, and I'll tell you, like if I like a woman with more hair on her head than I have, for example. You know,
okay. So do you care if it's curled? Do you care if it's crimpled? Do you care if it's braided? Do you care if it's highlighted? Y'all don't even be knowing what all that stuff is. Like I'm a hairstylist. Y'all don't know what a lot of that stuff is. So
Mhm.
as I'm telling you, as I've been dating, and any women in the chat this 80s babies, men have never been focused on our hair. They've never been focused on our hair. Never.
I have to disagree. I'm an '80s baby as well. I'm 2 years younger than you are. So I'm right there in the
So you
same
were
age
sitting
group.
around talking about women's hair when you were dating when you were 21?
No,
No.
not necessarily talking about a woman's hair. No, it was
Okay, so when
just
you met a
I
woman,
had a preference.
just
I
like
had a
DJ
preference.
just said, he said this girl got it going on. Ain't many men
Mhm.
gonna pass her up because her hair. So you telling me when you was 21, you looked at a girl like, damn, she a dime, but her hair, no. That's what you was doing?
See, when I got
It's
older, I started to accept. When I started to accept my own hair texture, that's when I was kind of. It didn't bother me
That ain't what
then.
I asked you. I asked you when you was 21 years old and you seen a dime piece, nice booty,
that's
nice hips, flat stomach,
that was
big
that
boobs.
was Tevin. That was Tevin talking, not
Oh.
me. You asked me the question.
I don't know how many people's up here. So if he didn't answer me, I need an answer. So when you were 21 years old, you seen a bad girl, a girl,
Mhm.
pretty sparkling eyes, pretty teeth, and you dissed her because her hair?
No, I never dissed a woman, but for her hair. But again, I'm not
Okay,
attracted to
so like I
her.
just said, men
If
didn't care about her hair like that. Like
well,
they didn't
again,
care.
well, hold on a second. You're putting words in my mouth now. Again, I just was not attracted. Okay, like take what was her name? Kanye West ex-girlfriend that she became MAGA just recently. Damn, what is her
Amber
name?
Rose.
Amber Rose. Amber Rose. Like I remember years ago. I mean, way before she became MAGA, right? She always had short hair, chopped down, and I was just never attracted to her. Like one of my coworkers was attracted to her. Oh yeah, she fine as hell. She thick and all this other
But
stuff.
if Amber
And I
Rose
was
See,
came
like,
up
I
to
don't
you
know
man,
with
why
her
I mean,
bald
that's
head,
stupid.
you would
people
have hollered
weren't
at her.
attracted to Amber Rose, not because of her,
Hell
because of how
no.
she moves.
I was never
She
attracted to
moves
Amber
like
Rose. I was never
304.
attracted.
Okay,
I was
well,
never attracted to Amber Rose.
I get that, but that's not
Period.
my point. My point is that I got a father, I got brothers, I got cousins, I got uncles. They never sat around talking about women's hair. They never let a woman's hair get in the way in them dating. They never did that. I mean,
I
obviously
don't
my
talk
dad's
about
married to my
women's hair
mom.
either.
Huh?
I never talked about women's hair like that either, because I always knew women switch it up. And my sister is a prime example of that, because she
Yeah.
usually have a different hairstyle every day.
Right. So
Well,
this is a black
well,
man on
like I said, it's not a case that hey, I go on and I try to I walk up to some random black woman in the club and say, "Oh yeah, I don't like your hairstyle." Hell no. It's just again, I'm just not attracted to if I have more hair on my head than a woman does. I'm just not attracted to that. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
I get that, but
but again, it's
that's not the
okay
case.
for a man to have a preference.
No, it's okay for a man to have a preference. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you,
Mhm.
these men come on this show to humiliate women. They come on this show to
I disagree. I mean, there's been a couple of
Everybody
sure.
humiliate each other in these shows. Let's
everybody.
not forget that part.
Wait. Hold on. Let her make her statement, and then Darnell gets to reply, and then we'll shoot it over to Tevin.
I feel like it's pretty weird for you to disagree in that we all we did these past couple years is with Kevin Samuels. These men were brainwashed into humbling women. So I don't and this is what men live for now. I don't know where on the internet you've been. This is what men live for, especially black men, but white men do it too. Especially black men. They live to humble black women because of Kevin Samuels, because of Myron, because of Marquette, because of Andrew Tate. They live to humble women. So I don't know what you're saying. Women aren't trying to humble men when they're on the show. If they don't like something, they don't like something. But men will pick a thing that they know is going to trigger the women and say, I don't like it. Just like the girl said, you could have just said, you're not my type. That's all she had. It seemed like he was hurt that he got rejected. And a lot of these men don't know how to take rejection. And they go to the first thing that they know that's going to hurt a black woman, their hair, or how many kids you got, or how many baby daddies you got. When I was growing up, wasn't nobody, when I was dating men, nobody ever asked me that. Nobody ever asked me that. If they like me, they like me, and we went on
About
a date.
kids?
Huh?
About kids?
No,
About
nobody ever
kids?
asked me those questions. No, nobody.
I would
ever
say that
asked
would
me
be
those
very
questions.
important.
Well,
But
it
I
wasn't
mean,
important
that's
because
just
Kevin
me. But
Samuels wasn't teaching people to degrade women if they have kids. It wasn't important.
I have to disagree. I have to disagree. Even before Kevin Samuels, I mean, dating a woman with a lot of kids, like I said, that was kind of seen for other men as like, hey man, what are you doing? She's got all these damn kids. I
Y'all
gotta
shouldn't be in other
disagree.
men's business like that. That's their life. Y'all shouldn't be worried about that. If you don't want to do it, you don't do it. You ain't
Well,
got to tell your
again,
homeboy.
it's just society. I mean,
It's not society.
it's
It's
not
a
that I
personal
necessarily.
choice.
It is. No, I mean, it is society.
It's
It's the way
society
we
now
grow up.
because of
Like
Kevin Samuels, but you wasn't dating
it
men.
was
I was
before
dating men.
It was better. That's not
I
true,
was
man. I was
dating men.
dating long before. So I was dating women long before Kevin Samuels.
Okay, and I just
Okay,
asked
I
you, was you
started.
judging a woman by her hair? Did you diss her? You said no. So these things have come because of what's going on social media. We're not going to pretend that dating wasn't way better before Kevin Samuels and all these red pill manners for people. We're not going to pretend that it wasn't better.
All right. I'd like to kick a shout out.
Yeah.
In the house.
Sorry.
Okay, so let me play a little bit more, and we'll chop it a little bit more. Here we go.
More so attracted to longer hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I love that. I love that look on her face because she's like, "Yeah, I got back up," because they also knew that was just. Don't get me wrong. I mean, hair can be like you can choose. I mean, like the argument that was made by Darnell was that men have been turned down for wearing the wrong shoes and stuff like that. Even though there is a deeper thing, the deeper thing with shoes, but we'll talk about that next week. But the thing is that it's kind of ridiculous to be a man with type C hair, dissing a woman with type C hair for having type C hair. Now, to me, quite honestly, the feeling I get is that he doesn't even date black women. That's my feeling. But let's see what happens. I'll let you guys speak in a minute. Let me just play this for a few seconds here. Here we go.
Okay, let's go on over here. Your name and age.
I'm Kiara. I'm 31.
And Kiara, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Just initial attraction, but he sounds like a great guy.
And now, is she someone that's your type?
Not so much. Yeah.
Why not?
I'd also say maybe just the style in general. Yeah.
She look, the woman in black is pretty. Do any of you guys have a problem with the way she looks?
I think she's gorgeous.
I think she's very pretty. So let's go on to the next one. Let's see what he says to the next woman.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go over here. Your name and age.
Catherine, 31.
Catherine, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Initial attraction as well. I do like everything that you said. I resonated with a lot of it. Just chemistry. I didn't feel.
What they're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact, Sugar Love in the house, is the fact that they don't like his attitude. That's the initial attraction problem. There's something they can't say because he hasn't spoken or engaged with them personally, except for like right now. They can't. They cannot say it's women's intuition saying that this guy is an asshole. But as you can see, he's going to prove them right. I'm going to play just a little bit more. Here we go.
Same thing here. She's someone that's your type.
No.
Okay, why not?
More into like athletic physique. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
Go over
here's
here.
the
You're
funny
naming
part, and there are the two beautiful ladies right there, just tearing it up on stage, just tearing it up. But let's go back over to this woman right here. I thought he said he was in a fitness trainer. I've been a fitness trainer before. If this woman has the emotional needs I want as far as support and all that kind of stuff, and we have a vibe and I can feel a vibe. And look, I'm a fitness trainer. I will work with her. You see what I'm saying? If she, whether she wants to or not. But see, these men are not here for. Don't get me wrong. I've seen the women be here for looks too. But these men are hyper focused on only looks. Remember now, this is what a lot of people missed. He has not asked one personal question to these women about their personality, what they like, they don't like, what those types of questions. He never even got into it. It's all been about their looks. That's the concern I have. Okay, y'all can
Like
talk.
I mentioned earlier, these men be looking for exotic looking women. It's not always the case, but in his case, he probably would have said all that if it was a lot of biracial looking exotic women on there.
Hold on, did you not? Oh, I'm not talking about you, but the second girl, the one that was in all black, like that chick is like drop dead gorgeous. What is he talking about? You see, but you see how every time he gets rejected, he rejects them immediately. Like, no, they not. No, she ain't my type. She ain't my type. And it's always something physical. Like what he's doing is he's attacking and being defensive. So, because how many times? I mean, I've seen this show before where guys or girls get turned down, and they say, "Well, is this your type?" It's like, yeah. Like, even though she turned me down, yeah, I still holler at her if I saw her somewhere. Especially the girl in the all black right here, the second chick. Like, are you serious? That's like my whole profile right there. So I don't understand like what the issue is, except for he capping, he's superficial. Not every guy is like this. I do agree with Darnell though, what he said earlier, that the show, ever since it got really popular, the women seem to be more superficial than the men do. But then you get a lot of these
both to me because I said both ways.
Yeah, I'm saying what Darnell. So I'm saying, it's both ways, definitely. But I'm saying
I
it's
see
not
just as many superficial men as I see superficial women.
That's what
Ain't nobody on that show for. I don't think nobody on that show for love. I think
no,
most
not
of
no
those people
more.
are on that show for exposure.
Look at where it's just like the Kendra G show. Even how Kevin Samuels show ended before he died. It all got flipped to the viral moments. Like people want to go viral, and you can't blame the people who run the show. Like they know that the viral stuff is gonna go. They might not
They
like
want
the show
people
turned into it.
want to go on them shows to be popular, and then you see what happened to Aaron the plumber. He got viral, then he went on reality TV, got his ass kicked on reality TV, and I seen pictures of a woman sucking on his what on Twitter. It gets worse when they get famous.
I did not know that.
I did not know that.
I did.
I did
And
not
the
know
crazy
that.
part is the guy that whipped Aaron the plumber's ass was a was a corn star that unfortunately passed away after the show. They finished airing the show.
Wow.
That's crazy.
You dropping tea. I had no idea.
That Jay Hefner guy that was on the Erica Mena show with Eric Plummer, he got unalive in September.
Damn.
I'm gonna have to look into that. I didn't know none of that.
Okay, let me move this forward a little bit. Okay, let me move that back forward. Okay. Oh, okay. This is okay. Here we go. So here's the funny part. Her hair is long, right? Her hair is long. The boy in the black, and then this one right here that he talks smack about. Her hair is pretty long. I mean, that's shoulder down to her shoulder, and it's still, you know, that's long.
And the girl with the black polka dot dress, her hair probably would have been down to her back if she blown it out.
Right. So, it tells me either he's an idiot or like you guys said, he's just here to insult. Like Deontay said, he's just here to throw fire back. Because her hair is long. Let's see what he says about
Did
her.
you end up popping your balloon?
Initial attraction, just not feeling like the connection, the chemistry, unfortunately. Yeah.
And now is she someone that's your type?
There she goes. Yeah. Because she's had it. She's being nice, but she's had it to this point. She's seen the one thing I really super do respect about Black women is that you will calmly support each other. You know, Black women are starting to realize that you're going to get the same smoke from these niggas. There's none of this special. Oh, you're just treating her special because of blah 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 blah. They know they got the same. These dudes that are toxic, they got the same smoke for all women because they don't like.
And you know the preferences are coming out. You know, when a lot of these black men's down black women now, a lot of these preferences are rejecting those guys because they are. One of them went viral recently because she wasn't happy that the black men don't be holding doors open, but black women and treat other races of women better. She got on to him about that, and she went. This was a YT one movie where Byron saying this on TikTok recently.
Mm-hmm. Let me see what he. Okay, so he
No.
And why not?
Again, I'm very particular. So I
well, now he's particular. First he wanted long hair. Now he says he's particular. So if he was particular, and they probably showed him before he went on the show the women that were going to be lined up, why would he come on the show? And it's
just, you know, the body type would be.
Did he just say
That's the
what
same
what
body
he
type
said?
that these guys say they liking women.
Wait a minute. Did he say that she doesn't have a? Wait a minute. What? I don't know. Am I looking at somebody else or what? I mean, she seems pretty decent. I mean, look. I was probably a fitness trainer when this guy wasn't even born yet. So I understand having the fitness mindset. Now he's just being a bitch. I'm sorry. I just have to say it, folks. I just have to say it. Because now, I mean, quite honestly, all of these women, they are just fine. Let me see what's
Again, I'm very particular. So I think just, you know, the body type would be more so what it would have to do with. So, yeah.
This dude is weird, man. Like with this whole, I mean, you done literally went through about 3 or 4 different types of bodies. I mean, I don't know. Like he obviously defensive. he know he put his foot in his mouth when he talked about the girl's hair, and they all defending her, which is cool. But it's like, come on now, man. This girl right here, like, what's wrong with her body? Her
Right.
skin is glowing. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's pretty as hell. I mean, it's all right. Yeah, like, I don't know what to say about this one, man.
So do you think that he just came on the show to humiliate women to go viral?
Oh, he
Because he is
definitely came to
viral now.
promote himself. Yeah, he came to promote himself. Maybe he came to be viral. If it was a different selection of women up here that he liked, if it was just one, all it takes is one, tonight, and maybe it would have went different. But he messed up from the beginning. Like, all of these women are basically in lockstep now for him making these comments. And he
Yeah,
knows
you right.
exactly. Yeah, he can't break that wall, so he just gonna attack all of them.
So are you saying that he might like these women? Because like you said,
Oh,
these was all
definitely.
different body types and all different
Definitely.
hairstyles. So he's
Man,
just
listen.
insulting them because he feels rejected?
It's two things. One, when we talk about dating, are we talking about casual dating, friends, sexual benefits? If you talking about that, man, he'll mess with all of these chicks. You know what I'm saying? And but if you talk about dating to build a wife with, a family with, that's something different. I can understand that. But most of these guys are trying to get chicks just to have sex with too, just to load their roster up.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, he definitely would hit at least 2-3 of them chicks he passed up on.
If they offered it to him, yeah.
He got chicks he hitting right now that's thicker than these chicks. What are you talking about?
Go says, we still on this, Buster? Throw me the stream link, por favor. Bars. Okay, here we go. Okay. Boom. Okay, so let me play a little. I'm gonna play a little bit more. Here we go.
The chemistry, unfortunately. Yeah.
And now, is she someone that's your type?
No.
And why not?
Again,
because my feelings hurt. Again, my feelings hurting.
I'm very particular.
Very particular.
So I think just the body type would be more so what it would have to do with.
And she's like, nigga. Oh man. I think I'm telling you, it's the skin color that he's talking about.
Yeah.
Nice. No worries.
Thank you.
Thank
Going
you.
over here. Your name and age.
Hi, I'm Sandy. I'm 33.
And Sandy, why'd you end up popping your
I
balloon?
like Sandy. I like Sandy. She don't take no shit. Look,
Mhm.
I like Sandy.
Here come the part that irritated me. I understand what she finna say, but it's her demeanor.
No, I mean the thing is this. Never mind, but I'll tell you where I'm going to tell you where Sandy's really, really, really come in handy. Let me play this here.
I ended up popping it because you're attractive. You know, you got it going on. But that comment about hair, I know your mama got short hair too. She's black. At the end of the day, black women, you don't know what to expect with our hair. We could wear it straight, we could wear it curly, and that was just like too much for me. So I don't got time for it. If you don't know, if you can't grow up from your roots, then you can't grow up with me. So that's how I feel.
Interesting.
Bars. There's and the thing is this. They were trying to say that she was the one being arrogant and everything. But right there, she just told him about her. She just told him about himself. So I don't get it. And so, yeah, look, let me tell you, women like Sandy, they will protect you. Let's put it that way. They will protect you if you down for them. Just don't fuck with them.
Well, from what it sounded like, BJ, it sounded she kind of came off a little passive aggressive there.
It might be, but he already passed the passive aggressive level. He passed that with this black
Yeah,
woman right there. Just
I
because, see,
gotta.
the thing is this. I think a lot of people are thinking that
Mhm.
okay, this woman is only talking about herself. She respects
No,
her fellow woman enough that she's like, "Oh, I saw what you did to the other women. I'm giving you some smoke."
yeah, it wasn't just about herself. I can definitely attest to that.
Yeah,
You could just hear it in her statement, you know. But I mean, you could definitely tell she definitely got triggered for sure.
I wouldn't call
No,
it triggered. I would call it an appropriate response
I
because
would.
enough is enough. Remember,
Just
he's
just
already
the
been
inflection
through.
in her voice.
But no, what I'm saying is this: she's already been through 8 gorgeous women. Okay, that hundreds of men would love to be in the presence of. Phoenix Soul in
Mhm.
the house. Any Anna Moms in the house. Susie Bear's in the house. Angela's in the house. Uh, Corsia's back in the house and on stage. In fact, I'm going to let Ghost um, cook for a second, and then let's see. I thought I saw one more person up in here. Let me see here. Oh, and I want to shout out Sugar Love again and Trizla again. Okay, I got it. I got everybody. Okay, I'm going to be quiet because I don't want to put my words in a woman's mouth. So I'm going to let Ghost break it down for you. Wait, Ghost, are you there? Okay, she might be busy. But anyway,
Can I ask him? So you said that she sounds triggered. Do y'all ever think to say that she's passionate about this subject?
Oh, most definitely. She's definitely passionate. You know, to me, she came off as passive aggressive. So, yes.
Well, I would expect her to be a little aggressive if somebody's downplaying a black woman's trait and she's a black woman. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hmm. Well, I mean, the only thing is that it's like, okay, he, when he made that comment, he wasn't talking about her. So
It
why
doesn't
is
matter.
she?
They're all black
So
women. It doesn't matter.
it does matter. I mean,
I'm telling
it's
you,
no
as a black
different.
woman, it doesn't matter.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
well, as a black man, I mean, when women on the show, well, you're too short. You're not my height. Oh, I don't like those shoes. That shirt is, you know what I mean? It's like, come on, it has nothing to do with me
Okay, well,
personally.
I don't mean to talk about this, DJ, but I've seen men on the show, a girl pop because the guy was short, and then the tall guy popped and said, "I popped because you don't like short men, and short men need love too." Right? I don't know if y'all seen that episode.
I'm I'm sure it's happened. I mean, again, I would say, yeah, that guy got triggered. I mean,
hair is
come on.
different. Hair is different.
It-
Black women have been
how is it
terrorized about their
different?
hair for centuries, and black men
How-
know this.
How is it different?
Because have black men been tormented
wait,
about
hold
the
on,
height
hold
for
on.
centuries?
That was actually people. Ghost didn't ghost us. I actually didn't hit the add to stage button. I switched from my struggle streaming platform to this because Deontay was getting mad at me because it kept dropping his
I
$15,000
wasn't getting mad.
phone, $20,000 phone, whatever it is. So, so Ghost, please break it down for us.
I was having a good time. I'm actually having a popcorn right now because this is entertaining. But I just can't stand shows like this. It's like this dude right here. Now how he out here trying to humble women while he dressed like divorce court meets the Ross clearance rack. He got the nerve to try to critique a woman's look while wearing a suit jacket that's screaming for help. Sir, that outfit didn't finish loading. You look like you're hosting a seminar in your mama's basement titled How to Lose Respect in 3 Takes or Less. He's talking like he's got influence, but you can't influence your clothes to cooperate, man. Fix your collar before you try to fix a woman's appearance. He's not giving alpha. He's giving desperate algorithms. I cannot stand dudes like that. I can't stand shows like this. Here's what
Well, oh, I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead.
don't think enough people are saying. These reality shows, they're not about really finding love. They're not about confidence. They're all about the clout. And I hate seeing smart, beautiful Black women sign up just to get picked apart, embarrassed, or told that they're not good enough because their natural hair or how they carry themselves. Yeah, folks love to throw around the word preference, but let's be real. When that preference is always rooted in anti-Blackness or shaming women for looking like us, that's not preference, that's projection. That is their pain talking. But what I really want to say is a truly confident woman doesn't need a man or a show to validate her. She doesn't need to go viral. She doesn't need producers editing her into a storyline. She knows she can build something real offline in her own lane, at her own pace. She can create her brand. She can create her business. She can create her own life without begging to be seen on some fake love show. And the right people, the ones who will see her value, will find her without the performance. So no, you're not missing out by auditioning. You're protecting your peace. And honestly, that's the real flex right there.
Bars. Okay, let me
Go
ahead.
I mean, my mom's actually on my necklace. She doesn't have short hair for one.
It doesn't matter. It's
But
about who you are as a brother. Person you don't make hair don't make your personality. You dig me? It's about who you are. If you confident with short hair, long hair, it doesn't matter. Because a lot of girls that do have long hair, the hairs be thin. I have a salon. When I was 16, I brought my mother a salon with my business that I do.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have dealt with so many different type of hairs. Shout out to my mom, Captivated Styles in the building, Philly, we here. But what you said, it's just not for me. You need to really check on your ends before you talk about long or short hair, because a lot of girls with long hair be having no hair just because it's long.
That's you, and they be having
yeah.
be long and the ends be raggedy.
And look, and think about it like this. What's so ironic about it, her hair is technically long, but she's not. The thing is this: women keep doing this, because if he's gonna insult the young lady all the way here in the polka dots, right? He's gonna insult you too, and that's what she's trying to say. Is that this isn't about? It shouldn't even be about looks anyway. It shouldn't be about looks anyway. But if it's going to be about looks, there's something wrong to do.
Okay, so DJ, may I give you a little bit of pushback here?
Why not?
All right, so if I'm a guy, right, and I didn't like how the female contestants, I just don't like those shoes and or whatever, and I'm just like, you know what, that's
So, would you rather the woman say, I don't like your personality?
Well, hold on a second. Let me finish real quick. But it's like, I mean, should I, be cheering on this man when he starts, becoming passive aggressive and all this other stuff? I mean, to me,
well, the thing is that I haven't really agreed with the passive aggressive thing. And even if she was being passive aggressive, by this time he's to woman number 8. It's quite justified. But I don't see the passive aggressive. What I see is a woman who just she's just not taking the shit. That's what I see.
She's wasting her time, though. She's wasting her time because even though her points are valid, she's wasting her wisdom on someone who's committed to being petty. He's not interested in understanding, just in defending his weak opinions. So let him talk to his echo chamber. Her energy is too valuable to spend explaining what he's not even trying to receive.
Well said.
Yeah, because he's definitely not trying to receive what she's saying. He does not care. He doesn't care what she's saying.
Oh, but I think this is bigger than just him though. Like, that's what she was trying to tell him when he was saying, well, I was talking about her and not you. She's using this platform, this opportunity she got since it came up, since he brought it up, to say that this is something that black women have to deal with, and you done sit up here and attack my girl over this, and it's not cool. And I don't think she's being passive aggressive. I think that she's rightfully so being aggressive because she just saw the way he treated each and every one of these girls up until he got to her. Like, so think about it. Every woman from the first girl that he turned down or that he said her hair was too short, he had something negative to say about them physically. He didn't even talk about their clothes. He talked about their physical appearance. And I don't call that being triggered. I call that like being a preemptive strike before this dude even get to say something. I mean, he obviously is one of these, I don't want to go as far as saying demonic, right? But look at his facial expression never changed. He got that little smirk. He don't care about what they saying.
Right.
Like I said in the beginning, I know for sure, he one of them control freak type dudes. Like his woman is under control. She better not gain 2 pounds. You know what I'm saying? Like, or he gonna start tripping on her.
You got all of that just by how he looks.
Not just by how he look, how he's been acting towards them. Okay, like look at the way. Okay, listen to this. He's one of the guys. I'm telling you. He doesn't. He thinks that because he's not in a woman's face, screaming at her, calling her a bitch or beating her down, because he can sit back with a strong body like that and just be, basically pointing out little things, tearing them down that way. That's his way of controlling. But because I'm not physically grabbing her and throwing her against the wall, I'm not one of those bad guys. So he's definitely a control dude, man. Like, because you can't tell one chick her hair too short, but she cool physically. Then you get 2 3 physical chicks in a row that's bad as hell, and like, oh well, y'all not really in the shape I need y'all to be in. He's just mad because he messed up in the beginning. They all in lockstep together, protecting each other. Right? And I don't got a problem with that because, like you said earlier, Darnell, like you might not be 5'5", so it don't trigger you or hurt you if somebody ever go talk about a 5'5" dude. But when they start generalizing black men, she talking about you too. So that's what he's saying.
Right, but the thing is that it happens all the time. You know how many times a woman has called me a nerd? Boring, dry. I mean all the damn time. But
and you care what those women say about you because you're bringing it up now. So apparently you care about what they have to say.
No, ma'am, I don't. No, ma'am, I don't. No, ma'am, I don't. I'm making a point. Okay, just like I just let it roll off, right? Why is it that it can't roll off when this guy said, "Okay, I didn't like one woman's hair"?
So you're a black man and you don't understand a black woman's hair is not something that's going to roll off us when y'all on the internet and y'all talk about us every single day. There's literally a boy on the internet that talks about black women's weave for the past 3 years and walks up to black women on the street and say, "Oh, you must think white women are better since you don't wear your natural hair." Well, I don't understand historically how you don't understand the difference.
Okay, there's black women that are gonna call me a thug. I don't know.
I don't know who will call you a thug. So they call you a nerd and a thug?
Right. Cynthia G just literally shits on black men all day long. You know what I mean?
Okay, and do you know why Cynthia G started to do that? Cynthia G used to praise black men. But when Tommy got on the internet and started downing women, and then other people started doing it, that's why she started doing it. Y'all led her to do that.
No, she chose to do that because she's a damn grifter. I'm sorry.
No.
Yes, she is.
So
she's just like the rest of them.
What you're saying
no
is
different.
Black men should have been able to talk about us and drag us on the internet, and nobody should have spoke up for us.
No, ma'am, I never said that.
Okay, so she spoke up for her. She didn't like it. She's a black woman.
It's the same on both sides because on these TV shows like Oprah and all that, black women used to do the same thing to black men too. That was before all this red pill stuff happened.
Okay, well,
thank you, Kevin.
To be on the show. Everybody don't need to be on a show. Any fellas, if you're out there and you listening to this situation and think it's just some back and forth about hair and preferences, you're missing the bigger picture. This is about how we Show up. Men, how do you show up? Some of y'all need to hear this. First, you don't build masculinity by tearing down Black women, especially not on camera, especially not for clout. Having a preference don't give you license to humiliate somebody. It's not about honesty. That's harm. It goes both ways, women and men. Second, every opinion doesn't need a platform. Just because you can say something doesn't mean you should. Ask yourself, is this adding value to the conversation or this is just adding views? Third, we got to stop performing and start protecting. Black women don't need more criticism. They need men who listen, learn, and stand beside them, not men who weaponize their platform just to feel bigger. And lastly, if you don't understand everything about a Black woman, you don't have to understand everything to respect her. You may not relate to her hair, her voice, her vibe, but that doesn't give you the right to reduce her worth. So if your manhood depends on bringing a woman down to lift yourself up, that's not strength. That's your insecurity on display. You can
I
have
mean,
your
that,
preference. I have a preference. I wouldn't give this man a time of day. He too short. And yes, I did say he too short because he is too short.
but
Have your
but there
preference,
you
and
go.
whatever you
Mhm.
say, stand by it and be prepared for the blowback. And yes, I can say that because that is my preference.
Okay, so but you have to be prepared for the blowback when he says, "I don't like women with short hair." I mean, come on, you can't have it both ways.
So basically, you saying because somebody don't like you, a man's gonna say, nah, 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 I don't like your hair. That's who our men are.
That's no, ma'am. That's not what I'm saying at all. You're
Exactly what you're saying, 'cause
exaggerating.
that's exactly what this man in this
No,
video is doing.
I think you're triggered right now.
You got
but-
a girl got a bad body, but you telling her, "Oh, it's your body type." That's what he's doing. Nah, 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 nah. That's
Okay, well,
that's the
just
maturity
like-
level of most Black men.
Wait,
Well, just like-
let me interrupt for 1 second.
Okay.
Darnell, I think the thing is this. It wasn't about hair because there were 3 women at least with longer hair that four. And all of them are in decent, very nice shape. I mean, no, so it's not about, but he still went ahead and insulted them without doubt. He insulted them one way or the other. A woman, I mean, the woman in all black with the dress, not the young lady at the very beginning, right after the polka dot woman, but this one right here. There is nothing wrong with her shape. There is nothing wrong. She's beautiful from head to toe. So for him to throw that kind of shade on her, that's why I'm convinced he don't even like Black women. Because if there's ever I've seen an option for every shade, shape, or color, it's on this stage right now.
I really want to hear what Exoticals United go have to say about the girl, about him saying he don't like short hair when it's a light-skinned monoracial Black woman with natural hair. Cause she swear she stayed down talking. She swear people be hating on the biracials, and that's true in some cases, but she constantly shits on Black women with natural hair. It don't matter if they unambiguous light skin, but she mainly shit talk the unambiguous dark skinned Black women. When a lot of unambiguous light skinned Black women have the same features.
To me, quite honestly, he's Aaron the Plumber Part 2. That's what he is.
In a Marshall suit.
Oh, he upgraded. He's upgraded to Marshall. All right, let me play a little bit more. Okay, so.
I'm sorry, I can't. Okay.
Sounds triggered.
It's not triggered. I'm just.
First of all, I didn't say the hairstyle she had was not good.
You
I
said you
just said
don't like girls with long hair. That's not right. You should never said that at all. As a Black brother, you should have.
That's my opinion. That's my thinking. He should have never. If you have class and you have stature, you're not even saying that.
Okay, but DJ, if a woman has class and she says, "I don't like you," I'm dismissing you because you're short. You know, what I mean, can you say that's right, or it's preference, right?
I'm gonna repeat it again. That dude is too short, and that's my right to say so.
You're right.
That
It
my
is.
And it's like
Uh,
you're still
He might
getting
look
height
short on
and
camera,
women's
but
natural hair
he look
confused.
kind
They're
of
two different
taller to
things.
me.
Baby, you don't know how tall I am. That man is too short for me, and I wear heels.
You must be
Hey,
6'1".
Baby, I am 6'4", and I did play basketball, and yes, I do wear
Oh,
heels.
that's why you're actually
Hey.
taller than me. So I know I wouldn't make the cut either. So I'm gonna leave
Yeah,
him
yeah.
out of
Hey,
the
hey,
conversation.
hey. You're not
I'm
alone, Kevin.
5'10", 5'11".
Hey, I'm 6'1" and I still don't make the cut. So you,
So I
you
mean, if
know,
somebody has a preference, let them stand 10 toes down in that preference, but be prepared
right?
to answer for that preference. So he had to answer for that preference. The women aren't feeling him anymore, and he's still
Yeah.
trying to come out on top. They are not feeling him, and that one woman
I
is trying
want
to
to see what
explain it
women
to
of
him.
other races got to say about him because they probably might say the same things.
The what guy?
This guy, I want to see what other races of women gonna say with him when he told the first girl he ain't like short hair.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear what the women of other races go say. Cause they might agree with her too. So who knows? Cause women of other races, a lot of those like black men who shit on black women because men of their own race don't find those women attractive.
I haven't heard that. In fact, because typically, and I could be wrong here. We got two women on the panel, so correct me if I'm wrong. But typically, women kind of when it comes to dealing with the opposite sex, when he says something like that, like or degrading to a woman, period, regardless of race, women, regardless of race, will stick up for another woman.
They
You know,
should.
They should, but that's not
Is
all
the
the
key word.
ways the
That's not
Yeah.
case
everyone.
when black men they out of their race. The
Because if
the
they do
women
it
of
to
the
one woman, they'll do it to another. They
Mm,
should, but we got pick-me's everywhere.
right.
and those same women they be having vitriol towards the children who looks like the black fathers too.
hmm
They be having the same vitriol for their daughters who look black too. So don't get that part twisted.
Okay, I'm gonna play a little bit more. Here we go.
Accept that as what it was. You should have just said, you're not just my type. But hair, it's a different, you can't talk about hair. If you want hair, go get what you want. If you want Becky with the long hair, go get what you want. Don't talk to black women up here about hair. That's just it. And I'm not triggered. Like I said, at the end of the day, your hair is nappy. Your hair is short. You should be happy where you came from. Period.
Yeah, she's triggered.
Can I
She's
talk or you
triggered.
gonna interrupt me again?
She's
I
I
not
don't.
mean,
going.
if she
Nope.
is triggered, she's triggered for the right reasons. Cause
No,
he basically said he don't want no one with his same hair texture. That what he
mhm.
screwed up. If he felt like that, he should have said all that off camera and not
Right.
on camera for the world to see.
Right.
Why do men say triggering things and then be like, "Oh, she's triggered"? You said something
And they
triggering. You
get
said
mad
something
when they
No,
tweaking.
get triggered
I'm
towards the
I'm
man.
sorry, but
I
again,
understand that part too.
because he said he did not like her hair. I mean, that's a triggering thing.
So
I
are
mean,
we?
come
Are we gonna? So to me, you're being either you're very disingenuous, or you just don't have the intelligence level to understand that. Yeah, ladies in
okay.
the chat, has this man been somewhere else that he does not know that these men been talking about our hair for you? So when it's natural, y'all don't like it when it's natural, and then when it's weave, y'all clown us about weave.
And the
And
crazy part is, black men were calling black women nappy head 304s in the early 90s. But those
Yeah.
men in the black manosphere swear that term came up with Don Imus called.
Oh yeah, that was I forget what basketball team that was. I
Yeah,
forgot what
but
team, but yeah, he called them nappy headed. Um,
304s.
yes.
Yeah. So I feel like this man, if he's a black man, he's an older black man. He's been around. He knows the history about black women not being able to wear their hair, them making a law saying black women can't wear their hair. In slavery, they cut our hair and we had to wear it short. We have been through so much trauma with our hair. You as an adult don't understand how that could be triggering, like as a grown black male.
He's choosing not to understand because it's like you can absolutely have a type. You can absolutely have a type. You can even
Mhm.
say no. But if your no comes wrapped up in disrespect, especially towards a Black woman expressing herself authentically, then the issue isn't her hair, it's the man's maturity.
Well, DJ Torch, can you do me a favor? Can you go back to the segment where he dismisses that girl for her hair? Let's hear his exact words just one more time. I just want to make sure I'm not wrong here.
Okay, hold on.
That outfit she wearing is cute though.
It is. It's kind of like what is that, cosplay, but not quite, but cool.
Speaker room. Now, back to Pop the Balloon. We do have some beautiful single ladies lined up. Make some noise, ladies. All right, ladies. So we're going to be bringing out some single men one by one. When he comes around this corner.
Wait. Let me fast forward because we already talked about. Now, I mean, this guy seems like a sweetheart compared to this other dude.
Yeah, I just want to hear when he rejected her because of her, or I'm sorry, well, she already rejected him, but when he said about her hair, I just want to hear his exact words.
Oh, guy. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
Tercy.
Tercy. How old are you?
39.
And what do you do?
But honestly, this shoe action down here.
And that age, is a red flag too.
That shoe action, I wouldn't feel comfortable
those
wearing
women
that.
are
That
younger
looks
than
weird.
that.
Those look like slippers.
I'm in healthcare tech. I'm also an entrepreneur. So I have a few homes in Africa that I'm building. I'm also getting into fitness modeling. And then my LLC, everything to do with fitness. We help to inspire individuals to be fit for life.
Nice.
On all aspects, including financial.
Wait, did he say he's building houses in Africa where everybody has type C hair?
I didn't hear type C hair, but he did say he's building houses in Africa. Yes, I heard that part.
I added the type C hair because I know that's where we came from.
He's virtual signaling.
I don't even know if he's trilling. Yeah, let me just keep going. Here we go.
Physical, and emotional, and then also spiritual.
Okay, very nice. So what are some things you like to do for fun?
I like to travel. Very outgoing, love it, sporting events. I like beach, very outdoorsy. I love food.
Okay.
And really anything to do with trying new experiences. So very much excited for life.
Nice. Okay. And now what are some things you look for in a woman?
Definitely someone who takes health and wellness, a priority.
Because let me get to the interaction.
For me, it's not that I'm promiscuous. It's
Wait, I forgot.
Whatever it is that they're doing.
Nice. Okay. And now what are some deal breakers?
Someone that smokes cigarettes. Someone that undervalues, self-care.
Mm-hmm.
Someone that has a lot of unhealed traumas.
Okay.
And someone that's promiscuous.
Let me pause it right there for a minute. That is inappropriate.
What specifically?
Him saying that the promiscuous part, because this is a dating show. If these women are looking for a relationship, obviously they're probably not promiscuous. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But again, we all agreed that this show is kind of, not exactly the.
You see my point, though.
I understand what you're saying.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but again, we don't know.
I'm just not bringing up stuff like, oh yeah. I mean, that's to me that's like, you can tell these ladies are classy that are on the stage. You don't need. You can move on to the next. You can move on to the next.
No.
And I just find the point that he made a point of bringing it up.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem I have. It's like, that's just me. That's just
Okay.
He's projecting.
Yeah.
All right.
Fine. Okay. So we did get some pop balloons. Let's go on over there and see why they ended up popping. We'll start here. Your name and age.
Hi, I'm Rebel, and I'm 31.
And Rebel, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
For me, it's not that I'm promiscuous. It's I think just the initial attraction is the biggest thing. Yeah. Yeah.
That's why she brought that up, because she felt that was offensive as well. So
yeah.
Give me 1 second, Darnell.
Okay.
He's starting to lose the room already. And I think he's angry because he's starting to lose the room when he shouldn't be losing the room. Quite honestly, at the end of the day, in my opinion, they just didn't like his personality. They found it abrasive, dismissive, whatever. Now, I'm not saying he's acting rude or behaving rude, but his attitude is they definitely felt that. See, a lot of men, we don't understand. Women feel things before we do. So, and we may not pick it up. They do. They got radar. Okay, I'm sorry. Go. What were you going to say, Darnell?
The only thing I was going to say, as far as the only thing I see where he went wrong was the promiscuous thing. You know, it's okay to think it, but you know, it's probably, especially on a first impression, you know, it's not a good thing to say the very first impression. So I'll even say, yeah, he did screw up there. You know, he made one mistake right there. You know, but you know, again, it's like for me, when it comes to men and us, you know, trying to date or court women, it's like, okay, we make one mistake and we're, man, you know, our feet is held to the fire. You know, and
so you're giving what you're saying is you're giving him a little bit of grace.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
wait. Go
ahead, ma'am.
Let Femi reply. Here we go.
I think it's because men spent the past 6-7 years shaming us that we didn't see red flags. Now we see them, and that was like, oh, we get rejected for anything. Y'all didn't used to get rejected for anything. We used to put up with a lot, but we got shamed for not seeing red flags. So now that's why women do that.
Well, I'd have to disagree. Being a man that was rejected, you know, multiple times 20 years ago, I remember being in Washington State, you know, when I was stationed at Fort Lewis, you know, when women would ask me how many, in fact, they didn't ask me if I had kids. They asked me, how many kids do you have? And I would say 0. What's wrong with you? I mean, that was the funniest thing I thought,
It's
you know, at
something
the
wrong with
time.
those women.
Well, Tacoma, Washington was a ratchet ass town. I'm sorry, it was just ratchet.
And why was you there?
I was stationed there. I was stationed at Fort Lewis.
I get it.
Yeah.
I was talking to somebody today at work, and I told me it's trailer park white tea women who act just as bad as a lot of ghetto black women.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at that. What's her name? Whoa, Vicky, or is that her name?
Yeah,
Whoa, Vicky.
I stay in Birmingham. I seen some of everything here.
Oh yeah. Hey man, I was an hour south of you, man. I used to live in Calera, so I know.
Okay, so let me move a little bit further down.
And now, is she someone that's your type?
Not so much.
Model-esque woman, perfect shape, nice smile, exotical, not so much. Not so much.
That's where it starts right there, though, DJ. When she turned him down and rejected him, whatever, she was polite about it. She just said the initial attraction. And later down the line, the girl with the glasses who was triggered, I guess, she said the same thing to him. She said, yo, you could have just said, just not my type. You went, like, that's what I mean. Like, he attacked her when he went after her hair.
Well, let's hear his words. Let's hear his words
before we even hear the words. That's the thing. He's one of those calm controllers. Like, he doesn't have to get in her face and yell at her. He didn't say anything crazy. except for the fact that he mentioned her hair was too short when he could have said anything else and just moved on. But he wanted her to hear him say, "Yeah, your hair." You know what I'm saying? Like it don't matter. That's called the velvet glove that he put on before he punched her in the hair face.
And
Yeah.
why not?
I'll say more so like the hair. So more so attracted to longer hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That was it. He lost
Yeah,
her.
that was it. Like, listen to that. That was it when he said that. And I mean, I know what you're saying, Darnell. He didn't say her coarse hair or tight C or her black hair. He didn't say that.
No, he didn't.
Nothing about. Yeah, he didn't say nothing about he didn't like her hair because she got black
Yeah.
girl hair. I'm sure he got
Yeah.
all kind of black women, all kind of. I'm sure he attracted to black women. He was just saying he wants longer hair, and that's still a stigma to black women, especially in America. Period. You know what I'm saying? But specifically, he wasn't talking about. He didn't say nothing about her hair. I mean, because come on, he's seen this show before. Ain't no white girls on here. He would have never came on this show if he ain't want no black women. So I don't think that was the issue. He just got caught off guard and wanted to say something harsh to her and try to be cool with it. So he gonna just call out her hair, which was dumb.
It was very dumb because I mean,
that's
if you
a
could pull that off, that could be a wig, and she could have long hair underneath that. That is some black girl magic stuff right there. He
Yeah,
doesn't
her
know that's
hair
her
is.
authentic hair.
I
If
seen
it
one of her
is,
videos. That's her
Wait,
natural hair. She actually pulled a piece with her finger.
Tevin, let Ghost finish and then you can talk.
I was just saying that could be a wig that she's wearing. I have short wigs. I got finger wave wigs that my hair is a lot longer than the wigs I wear. He doesn't know that's her natural hair. A lot of men out here aren't mad because women are mean. They're mad because these women aren't desperate anymore. We're in a time when women, especially the black ones, have more access, more self-worth, more community. We can put food on our own tables, we can buy our own houses, and we can love ourselves out loud. And that means that we no longer have to take whatever man shows up just because he's available. And some of these men get in their feelings because for generations, women were conditioned to accept whoever would have them. But now women are the ones choosing. And if you don't bring peace, respect, and consistency and vision, you are not getting picked.
Bars.
Well, but DJ Torch, when you just replayed the clip, he did not say, "Oh yeah, you a bald head scallywag." I didn't hear any insult. He just said, "Hey, I like women with longer hair."
Okay,
He just displayed a preference.
Indiana moms comment that DJ Torch just left up there, not this one, but Indiana mom said women know what he meant, and you know what he meant too.
You're jumping to conclusions, though.
We're not jumping to conclusions. Y'all been talking about this for
but
years.
You are. But you are.
You can jump to conclusions too. What does it mean when I say you sound very educated and well spoken? You must be one of the good ones. I didn't say nothing bad about you. Nothing bad about you. So you can assume I meant whatever I meant.
Mm-hmm.
But we all know what that means.
And for y'all to be
about being well educated and you said well educated and what again? To me, it sounded like you complimented. You complimented me. I meant to say.
Yes, you sound so well educated and well spoken. You must be one of the good ones.
Yeah, that sounds like a compliment to me.
Take that compliment and run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Come on, man. You know what she's trying to say because.
Hey, I'm not with the slang. I'm not with the. So if there's some kind of slang meaning, please tell me.
That's not slang. Run with the compliment. I can tell you graduated high school. You sound just like that. You must be a good one. So run with that compliment, baby.
Well, graduating high school doesn't make you educated, but I appreciate it though.
Oh my goodness!
I'm not gonna lie. If I was on that show, I probably would have got the balloon pop too, but I wouldn't feel salty about it.
Well, but again, I don't hear any in this statement with this woman, with this particular woman, I I don't hear any saltiness. I just hear, okay, hey, I like women with, because he was asked the question, is she your type? No. Why not? Because I like women with more hair.
So I
Okay.
think that you're not going to get it. The other man on the panel, he get it. So I guess there's just some things in life that you're just not going to get. But the other man on the panel and DJ understands it. It seems like everybody understands but you. And you didn't get the Ghost's compliment.
Well,
You didn't get it.
perhaps I'm just not as sensitive as other
It's not
people
about
on the
being
panel.
sensitive. It's about having general intelligence. It has nothing to do about sensitivity. I just told you about the history. The man up here just said that he didn't have to bring that up. Everybody sitting up here is nothing about sensitivity. But even if it was about sensitivity, y'all know that we are sensitive about our hair, and he still chose to say
Okay,
it.
but did he personally actually insult her and say, "Oh yeah, you bald headed" or
Like
anything,
Indiana Mom
anything
said,
like that?
we knew what he was saying. We all know what he was saying.
Okay,
Let me tell you this.
Go ahead.
White people used to have this thing years ago. I don't know if they still do it, but they used to call black people Mondays. So when they would say, "Oh, I hate Monday," they would say they would be referring to like black people. So if a white person says that to another white person, even though we don't get it, unless we knew that we don't get it, they know if they're talking to each other, they know what they mean. So when black women hear men say stuff like this, we know what they mean because y'all spent 10 years on the internet talking about our hair. Y'all spent, you know how many male content creators have subjects about black women's hair? So we know what he meant because we've been listening to y'all talk about us for years.
But you're doing the same thing that the woman on the video was doing. You are pouring water into a bucket with a hole in it. So Darnell, I mean, I love how you sound so confident with facts that would only get in your way. You speak with such authority. I almost forgot you were wrong, man. I mean, we all know. He knows. We can get past
She is
this.
cracking
That's
me
called
up.
gaslighting. That's called gaslighting, and we all know.
Well, I'm not intentionally trying to gaslight you here. It's just, again, I haven't heard anything he said wrong. And then when I hear, again, women saying, dismissing men on the show for, "Oh, well, he's short. You're not my type because he's short." It's like, I mean, come on. I mean, a man can't help his height.
Okay.
Say it again.
Hey, Darnell, I think I figured something out. I think what you're not picking up. I need to fix this wire later. Anyway, I think and some people have this component where they're missing the subtleties of the way people are saying things. What I'm saying is that actually Ghost is better at explaining this kind of stuff. But anyway, let me give it a shot anyway. You're thinking that he's being polite to her because he's speaking with a certain level of calmness, and he's not, cussing her out.
Well, I didn't say politeness. I didn't say politeness.
But what are we talking about? Then you're acknowledging that he was impolite to her.
No, what I said is that I didn't find anything wrong with what he said because he just said, "I like women. I have a preference for women that have a little more hair."
Okay. And I
that's
think
a preference.
what you don't understand is just like there are subtle dog whistles for like people might say something like, "Oh, I don't want to live in that," they say something subtly about race. We pick it up, okay, and we're insulted, but everybody else in the room might not have picked it up. This is the same thing here, where I don't think it's either acknowledging or picking it up that the hair thing has been going on for a long time.
Yes, I acknowledge that fact. It definitely has. But normally you would hear.
He already he started losing the room with the promiscuous comment. Then he basically loses the room by even mentioning, "Oh, your hair's too short." And the reason why is
Well,
because
but
again,
he didn't say your hair is too short. Those were not his words. He just said I like women with more hair.
basically that your hair is too short. That's what he's saying.
But no,
Yeah,
let's take his actual
that's
words.
I'll
that's
let I'll
That's
let
semantics,
the king.
Deontay
Darnell.
explain.
Come on, man. That is
No,
semantics. Tell me the difference between saying I like a woman with more hair or your hair is too short, talking to a woman who's got short hair. It means the
uh-huh.
same thing. But look, I'm gonna tell you this. I done been on this show many times with you. You know, usually I'm getting into it with one of the ladies over something. But this one I gotta say, a
Okay.
black woman's history in this country with
Uh-huh.
her hair is the same as all of us black people with our skin. So him saying he's telling a black woman that he likes a woman with more hair, that is almost the equivalent of if she was dark skinned and he said, "Well, I just like a lighter skinned woman." You know what I'm saying? Or like if somebody come, I don't know what color complexion you are, whether you lighter or darker, but somebody says, "I prefer the opposite of whatever yours is." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that means something to all of us because of our the skin color thing, the damn brown paper bag test, the women having their hair, and then because of the beauty standards, they had to perm their hair for decades. And you got women perming 4-year-old girls' hair. By the time they 10 years old, they can't their hair breaking off. This is a big issue they've been dealing with, and black men know this. That's why everybody kind of lightweight jumping on you because you gotta know that hair with the black woman is an issue. He did that on purpose because he wanted to take a shot at her. She didn't say nothing disrespectful to him. He didn't have to say nothing about her hair. He could have just said, "Oh, this is just not my type," and just moved on.
He was asked a question and he just answered the question. But again, when I say, when I say, hold on a second. Well, hold on 1 second. Just but again, how many times again have we heard women dismiss men for the most frivolous things on this show? You got to put things into context here. Look at the show that we're looking at.
I think I can explain
you're right, man. Because earlier when the show when we first got on this, I told you I don't know if the ladies heard it, but I told you about my opinion about the short hair and the short man situation, right? Like, I believe that it's unfair for a woman to straight up tell. I mean, if you don't like a man that's shorter than you, that's cool. But to tell him to his face and he can't control his height, that's terrible.
I apologize for interrupting you just real quick. I don't have an issue when a woman says you're too short for me. I have no issue with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm not talking about you specifically.
Darnell,
I'm talking about just in general. A man who's short cannot grow. He's done.
Correct.
Okay. A woman with short hair, unless she has some kind of disease or some kind of issue, most likely can grow her hair out. I got women in my family who went bald and grew their hair. Like my sister's dreads are over 2 feet long. It took her some years to do it, but she started off with shorter hair than this girl did to do it. He can meet this same girl 2 years from now, have hair down her damn back, and he'd still be the same height he is. So that's what I was saying about that part is unfair. A man can't grow; she can grow her hair.
And if this
but
same
because she was
girl
fat like
blow
that,
her hair out, it's probably close to her back right now.
So I'm just saying, like, the reason why he even brought her hair up was because he was wanting to throw a shot at her because he felt pissed that she turned him down. And if you really think about it, she was so polite. She didn't really give him a reason. She just said the initial attraction. That could have been anything.
Well, I mean, but again, you're kind of reaching because again, where does he actually insult her and say, "Oh yeah, I reject you because you're a bald head scallywag." He didn't say that.
You keep adding the okay. When I said
you guys are adding, not me.
No. That's what I'm saying. When I said earlier that he's not the type of dude to grab a chick, throw her, and all that stuff. He can just sit back and tongue lash her. It's the same way with his words. You don't have to be. You don't have to say, "Oh, you a bald headed scallywag." All you got to do is just be like, "Oh, I like a woman with longer hair." And I mean, trust me, that's enough. You can see on her face when he said that to her, she didn't like that.
Mhm.
Like,
But as a man, we're expected to take a short. I reject you. You're just too short for me.
but she didn't understand. She didn't say that to him. If a woman attacks, it's like any other thing. If she would have
Mhm.
said, "Well, I don't like you because you look like some black ass Nigerian looking nigga," then I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, go ahead, attack her, dog. Say some fucked up stuff. Talk about
Yeah.
her hair, whatever you want to do. But she didn't do that. So you can't go around and people be polite to you, and
Mhm.
because they don't say something that you don't agree with in a polite way, you become the asshole.
I just don't see him being an asshole here. I just don't see it.
Darnell, do you see
We
what Phoenix
all
said?
seen it. It wasn't with her. It was with the other women too.
And then to make it worse, when he went down the line, he was lying straight up capping, talking about especially the second chick with the black dress. And then the other chick, man, come on.
No, I acknowledge it. As he started getting down the line, yes, you could tell he's starting to get triggered. I'll co-sign that. You could definitely tell he started getting triggered. As the more he went down the line.
Yeah, like that's.
I was just saying but we were discussing the original comment that he made. And I'm sorry, I just don't see this as okay. He attacked black women.
Okay, if nobody's ever told you, dude, these are things you do not say to black women. This is your official education. You do not comment. You do not comment on her hair. No hair comments.
Okay.
If you don't find her hair attractive, you just say, I like XYZ, but I'm not feeling this vibe. So hair.
Okay.
Don't say it. Do not comment on her skin tone.
Okay.
Whatever shade she is.
Mhm.
You're not into it. Don't say nothing about it. Don't say nothing about her skin.
Okay.
The other thing comment on
go
is
ahead.
her femininity. Her femininity.
Mhm.
If you feel like she's masculine, you can feel that way until the cows come home. You do not comment on it. All those things are political, they are cultural, and that has been a problem for our people ever since we set foot on this land. So because you do not know, now you know.
Mhm.
Now you
Okay,
know.
so let me ask you the question. So, I mean, as long as I don't comment on it, but let's say I'm thinking it. I don't say it, but I'm thinking it. Like, you know what, this woman here, she just seems to be a little too masculine for me, and I just tell her, you know what, hey, it's just not going to work. Would that be? Is that disrespecting her?
No, because you didn't say nothing about it. Doesn't come out your mouth. You can think it
Fair
all
enough.
you want, as long as it doesn't come out of your mouth. And that's his mistake. It came out of his mouth.
Well, I mean that I think that's fair, but again, we got to look at
your mouth. You have to be you have to be willing to pay the price for it coming out your mouth. And all those balloons popped, so he paid the price, and he got triggered. So if you're gonna say it, stand 10 toes down on it.
Yeah. I mean, I get that. It's just like I said, I just don't see. Again, it would be different if he actually, made an insult, even a backhanded insult. But I don't detect that. I mean, just saying, hey,
you own the words.
I understand. I understand, ma'am. Your point of view. But again, no, I don't. Just because I disagree.
Wait, hold on 1 second, Darnell. What she's telling you is extremely important for you to grasp. The thing is that you cannot. I think what you're trying to do is think for women and not think about a woman's feeling. What I mean is that how you feel about what he said to her. The world of relationships doesn't matter. It's how a woman feels herself. He lost the room because they saw him insult her. Just because you thought it wasn't that bad, obviously everybody else thought it was bad, and
Yep.
that's the point that I think Ghost is trying to make. Is like she's trying to give you a master class on not effing up your day. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I mean naturally, but DJ Torch, you're comparing an apple to an orange. I mean, it's one thing. I walk into a bar, right, and I'm talking to this woman. You know what? I like women with more hair on my head. Yeah, I would agree that at that point I am just basically you know, putting another woman down. Why am I approaching a woman I know I'm not attracted to, and just to tell her that? I agree, but when you're on a show and someone asks you why is she not your type, and you just simply explain why
No,
she's not my
I'm not
type,
attracted
that
to
is
her.
not
it's the same.
that is not a it's not the same.
It is. It is, Darnell. It's
Exactly
the
the
same.
same. You just say, "Hey, I'm not feeling this vibe," or "I think we're on different wavelengths." You don't have to say anything about her skin, her hair, or her femininity because I already educated you. Those are the three things you
Have you guys seen more episodes of this show? I mean, I've seen guys
I'm
reject it
actually
just
I'm over this
simple
show
because
at
of the
this
show.
point. I'm
We
over
are
this show at
too.
this point because the problem is they interview the most dumb. They make the most dumbest people go viral and had a
I
little
agree.
moment because of these shows. I'm tired of. I'm so tired of society making idiots famous.
Right.
I'm with you, man.
Ugh.
That's well put. You know, since since we're going around in circles, this is probably a good time to wrap it up. But I wanted everybody to speak. I wanted everybody to get their time to speak. So we're going to start with Deontay since he's been quiet. I guess Femi dropped off, but we'll start with Deontay. Then we're going to go to Tevin, and then Darnell, and oh no, Femi's back. Oh, sorry, Femi, I didn't see you. My bad. Okay, so we'll let Femi talk first because she was on there for I don't know how long, but let her reply to Darnell as well because she didn't get her chance, and then we'll start the round.
Okay, my phone had died. I had to switch phones. Well, I was just saying to him earlier, just about it's not that he was just being. I don't understand how you can't tell that he's just here to pick women apart. After he said that about her hair, you don't think it's rude, but he went to this girl that had a beautiful body, talking about her body, like a very fit woman. Even that other girl, she wasn't bad. I don't think she was bad at all. But even him coming to like, he literally just came here to break women down, and that's what a lot of these men do on these shows. I don't understand how you don't get that.
Okay, so let's go ahead and well, I guess Darnell, I'll let you start first since you get a right to reply.
I thought you wanted Dante because you said Dante
Well,
was.
since
No,
you
that's all thing, Darnell. You want to go?
yeah, you go
Oh,
first, then Deontay, and then J Mike, and then Ghost.
I just want to end the show and say, hey, great show, and thank you for having me. Always a pleasure. You know, as far as far as things, I think tonight's episode, or at least this discussion that we got into towards the end, I think it's more or less okay. There's definitely a divide. There's definitely, I guess I'm sorry, say that again.
A debate.
A debate, yes. A debate. But again, for the longest time, I got to say, growing up, if what this man said is bad, okay, I'll just go down that street. Let's say what he said was really bad. I mean, I have experienced a whole lot worse. Yes, I understand. Shouldn't talk about a woman's skin color, this and that. But guess what? Me being a light skinned dude, Black women talk, oh, I'm too light skinned, believe it or not. I mean, I need some section, I need some dark chocolate. I've heard that a million times.
We all heard that.
Exactly. So my only point in bringing up, it's okay to have preferences. Like if if I started getting upset about that,
Wait, Darnell, let me pause. Can I pause you for 1 second?
Go ahead.
Remember what Concrete Ghost told you?
Say again?
Remember when Concrete Ghost gave you some advice?
Yeah.
That. That. Okay, go ahead. You can keep going.
Well, I didn't, disrespect a woman here.
No, no, that wasn't that. What I'm saying is that she gave you advice on what not to say to women.
Mhm.
That is
But
important. That is like entirely important for your dating life. She gave you some amazing advice that you should hold on to, because I think what's happening is that women might be liking you, but you might have run into a situation that this guy, well, he did it. You're not doing it purposely. He did. Blue Jacket, that guy doesn't it purposely, but you might be doing it not on purpose and losing relationship possibilities. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I mean,
Concrete
go ahead.
Ghost, regardless what you think, Concrete Ghost is telling you how women feel. And that's the important part. That's the important part, is that don't get me wrong, some women are not reasonable. But what Concrete Ghost was telling you is from a reasonable point of view, from reasonable women, these are things that will trigger even the most reasonable women. You understand? Do you see where we're coming from? And the problem is that you're defending a man who we all agree, including yourself, got on the show to attack these women. And that's where the problem is that you're not, I understand he's not going, oh, you be, blah, 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 but you have to understand that it's the subtleties that you're missing that are the concern. And subtlety is extremely important. That's the best I can say. But go ahead and finish what you're going to say, and then I'll bring it down to Deontay.
Okay. Well, I mean, as far as I don't think he came on that show to attack women per se, or black women per se. I think what happened was when the balloons popped and he got rejected. I do believe that he did get into his feelings. Like I said, the first girl that he was asked a question. Okay, I think everything was normal, but then when the sisterhood came to her defense and things got said, I think that he started getting more into his feelings, and yes, I think he did start to go down the path. Okay, I'm gonna start insulting now. You know what I mean? So I do agree with that aspect, but I don't think he came on there to purposely insult women. It's one of those things that the way I feel, and when I brought up like my skin color, for example, and being rejected based on my because I'm light skinned, I'm not dark. Hell, I had a woman because I knew what Star Trek was. She thought I was a nerd.
About your skin color?
Say again?
Nobody has a problem with your skin color.
Well, typically, black women typically like a dark skinned man.
That's not always true. There's enough black women, because we are outnumbered, that whatever kind of deficit you might feel you're having because of your skin color is obliterated. I guess what I'm saying, Darnell, what I'm saying is I think you're overthinking. You're overthinking some things about why women may not be, you're not attracting them the way you want to. And I can tell you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I can honestly tell you that those aren't the problems. The problem is going to be the situation that we see that we're experiencing here, where you're missing certain nuances or certain um, things that I think you're saying to women, even women you like, and it's throwing them off. And that's what I think. Your skin color has nothing to do with you being single right now.
Oh
Obviously,
yeah,
you're
go ahead.
6'2", you're 6'2", and you're not and we've seen you on screen. You're not a bad looking guy. There's nothing wrong. Now, you might be having some life trials and tribulations that would be more in play, but wait, I think the last thing you should be worried about is skin. That's all I can say. The last thing you should be worried about is your skin color. Can you improve yourself in many ways? Probably so. Yes. Maybe you should work out more, or maybe this, or maybe that, or whatever. But the thing is this: what a lot of men don't understand is that they just like this guy lost the room in the first 2 minutes. You can too on a date. You don't have to worry about losing the room. You just have to worry about losing one person. He literally lost the whole room in 2 minutes. And it was all his fault. It was all his fault. The other guy that we saw before with this guy right here, let me rewind it. He had a better chance. Quite honestly, if they would have brought this man right here on after Blue Coat, he probably, by comparison and contrast, he probably easily would have found a date. Because they would have been saying, wow, we've seen how this look. We just saw a lowlife brother, and this guy comes on here all polite. We good. You see what I'm saying? Do you understand my point?
Yes, I understand your point. Yes.
So basically, the thing is this. I'm not saying either one of the guys is good, but we know this guy's bad. It's something that I don't know, but that's pretty much it.
And
Let me
I
stop.
seen Darnell's skin tone. He's extra light. Like,
Yeah.
I know I'm light skinned, but he lighter than me.
I have family members.
I'm part German.
I have family members his skin tone and friends his skin tone, and they ain't had no problem.
Yeah. I mean, well, you gotta understand, when it comes to light skinned dudes, so we get in season from time to time. We in season is what I like to call it.
I mean, in the 80s and 90s, you guys were popping. Let me bring it over to Deontay. Deontay, what would you like to say?
Y'all hilarious, man. But no, I just like to say that the guy came on the show, Darnell. I agree with you. I don't believe he came on to attack anybody. I believe that this is like the verbal version of manslaughter. He didn't mean to do it, but it happened. You know what I'm saying? He didn't plan on it, wasn't premeditated, but stuff happened, and he did try to. He did try to insult these girls one at a time in a polite way. You know what I'm saying? Like he backhanded these girls with a velvet glove on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just smooth but hard. And okay, but I just like also when it comes to this dating show got out of control. Kendrick G's show got out of control. I said the same earlier, like all these shows get out of control. The viral things go, the men and women go back and forth. But at the end of the day, what I've learned, and I'm 36, right? I've seen this from my own family, the men in my family, just the men in my life, celebrities, people I follow. Men usually win at the end of the day when it comes to the mating and coupling and how, like, if a man really want to be married to a woman, he'll be able to find him a woman. If he's want to be a male whore his whole life, he gonna be a male whore. And if he want to be which became popular lately, not popular, but the term has what do they call it? Where the guy uh, incel, right? Yeah, when he comes to incel, he basically turn his self-celibate because he hate women or whatever. You know, he can do that. Women outnumber us, and if it's a woman out here that don't want to be with me for any reason, I am not gonna trip on that. Cause like I've always been able to find a woman that I've been attracted to, and like just it didn't matter how long it took or where she was at or whatever. I always found her. You know, like I done had 3 women in my life who I really should have, looking back at it, been married to. You know what I'm saying? And I don't feel like it's over. Like I do believe it's a time clock for a lot of women when it comes to that. And but I don't think it is for men. I think men up until their 50s still have that option. So like that's why I think that coming on shows like this, like he just didn't need to attack her like that about her hair. He could have just been polite and moved on. And some of those other women on there probably would have, like old girl said, she said you got everything popping. She just didn't like what he said. Because it's not easy to find a type of guy out here that's on the level, at least especially when it comes to production. You know what I'm saying? So I think that if he just changed that part of himself, he'd be okay.
All right. I'm gonna let Concrete Ghost speak.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I was flossing. I really was eating popcorn earlier. I got to go get the water pick. At the end of the day, these shows just aren't entertainment, they're mirrors. And too many Black men are choosing to show up in ways that reflect ego, insecurity, and performative masculinity instead of growth, self-awareness, or love for their own community. And when you get on a platform, especially one with cameras, you're not just representing yourself. You're shaping how the world sees Black men and women. And more importantly, how we see ourselves. Black men, we need you to fulfill your potential as real leaders. Make yourselves more attractive with that potential. Real leadership is not about domination. It's about discipline. It's about protecting Black women and children, not mocking them for sport. So if the only way you know how to shine is by dimming someone else's light, you're not shining. You're burning out, a fresh dumpster fire. So if all you bring to the table is critique, disrespect, and the need to humble women, especially Black women, you're not raising the bar. You're not reinforcing you're just reinforcing the same systems that have kept us divided for generations. When you're on camera, you're not just making content, you're sending a message. So if the only thing you bring to the platform is a fresh fade and a fragile ego, please sit down, because Black men should be rising with Black women, not stepping on them just to get seen. Oh, and to the women watching, especially my sisters, you do not need to fight for a seat on the stage built to diminish you. You are not here to be chosen by broken men or rated like a number. You don't need a ring light or a repost or a room full of applause to validate your worth. Keep your standards high, your energy guarded, and your confidence rooted in who you are and not who claps for you. Let them perform, you evolve. And that's the real glow up.
Bars. Okay. Let's see. Just to make sure, Femi, you have anything else?
Yeah, I really try to advocate for women not going on these shows at all. I'm not understanding why these women are going on these shows. If it's to promote your business, I think that you could just pay for a Google ad. Being humiliated to promote your business, I don't think is the way, because I don't think anybody's coming on this show for love anymore because they see what going viral could do. I feel like people feel like they'll be able to do it better than Aaron the plumber, that they'll probably be able to be better than him. But I just don't think it's a wise idea for women to go on these shows or even any TikTok, lives where these men are discussing us. We have to take ourselves out the picture so they can focus on themselves.
Can I say one thing to that, DJ, real quick?
Okay.
DJ, you might remember this football player's name back in the '80s. His name was, I think his name was Chris Bosworth. You remember that name?
Yeah.
The Boz. Yeah. If you remember, when he came out of college, nobody liked him, right? Anyway, these T-shirts came out. The Boz sucks. Chris Bosworth sucks. He's horrible. He had all these T-shirts. Guess who was selling those T-shirts?
He was.
He was. Yes, sir. He was selling those T-shirts. He owned that shit, and he made money off of it. So I mean, sometimes it's one of those things. I just wanted to respond to Femi. Sometimes you got to take. It's nothing wrong getting on the show. I understand what her point of view is. Don't embarrass yourself and things like that. But you can also take lemons and turn them into lemonade, just like Boz did. Even though he was an NFL bust, he made millions of dollars off of his T-shirts alone, making fun of himself.
Well, just like the other guy said, he said men always win. They always come out on top. It's not going to be the same. Like nobody's going to lie.
Not always. Not always.
Most of the time, men come out on top. It's a man's world, right? So I don't think a woman getting humiliated is going to give her. I haven't seen a woman from the Pop the Balloon show get an opportunity yet from being humiliated.
Hey, I just like to say something real quick with that, and I don't mean that in a dominant way, like men are supposed to just step on women. I'm just saying by the way the natural design is less men than women, and all men and women want to be coupled together at some point, right? So that's what I mean. Like men have more of an option, not just because it's more women, it's because also they have the ability. I mean, just look at history to date across the decades long.
And this show is people are on this show for exposure. Like I mentioned earlier, that's all I see with it. They're not looking for love. Both male and females be on this show to get exposure and to see what so they can be popping like Aaron the Plumber. So they can be on reality TV. So they can use this as an opportunity to jumpstart their music career or modeling career, whatever. People do these shows just had their little moments, and we've been saying that more and more often these past 7-8 years, and it started the trend more after Bad Baby became famous.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I forgot about that when what she did was completely negative, and it blew her up. I mean,
And y'all know that black girl that was on Dr. Phil who was saying all that bad stuff about black people and how black people are ugly and this and that. I used to follow that girl's sister on Instagram at the time and before that, and a few years before that, because I'm in the adult collector I'm an adult collector, and that community is huge on Instagram. Her sister had got exposed, the little sister that was on Dr. Phil. Come to find out the whole family is fucked up. The mama fucked up. The big sister fucked up. And I probably see why the little sister turned out that way, because the big sister wasn't a good influence on her either.
Hey, I mean, look at the Kardashians. I mean, had to sell a sex tape to become who they are. And then when you got a momager, that pimps your own daughter, I mean, come on.
And those Kardashians, some of them were married, but at the end, they all winded up being single baby mamas.
I mean, yeah, for them there was no shame.
They had opportunities to get better men, Even Kim had an opportunity to be with a better man before Kanye came in the picture, but she blew it and wound up marrying Kanye and having his children.
Nah, but
It
see,
could
that's
have
the
the
thing.
children could have happened before marriage, but she
Kim
still
didn't
got
blow
the
it though.
same treatment.
That's what I'm saying. Kim didn't. This is America, like Don King said. Like anything is possible here. Kim knew what she was doing. She could have
Yep.
always had a good dude. She wanted Kanye because he was this huge mega rap star and he was worth $1 billion, and it blew her up. Now she got 4 kids with him, and her kids are
But
going to
she
be
make more
famous.
money.
Hey
What's
y'all.
crazy
Hey,
now that
hey
Kim
y'all.
can't make more money than
Hey,
Kanye
Wait,
now.
hey
everybody.
y'all. Hey y'all. Hey y'all. Y'all know what time it is? It's time for us to go. So thank y'all for rocking with us tonight and holding space for truth, growth, and real conversation. And remember, your voice matters. Even when the world tries to mute it, protect your peace, honor your journey, and never shrink for someone who refuses to grow. Until next time, stay rooted, stay radiant, stay real. Good night, blessings, nothing but peace. DJ, spin that record.
Got it. Yeah, y'all, don't worry. We'll have more live streams. We can keep talking. Okay. Here we go. By the way, this is by Ghost too. Everybody, give the panel a huge shout out. Give the panel a huge shout out.
We are the ones.
On the panel, Beyonce,
Damn, it's almost 12 o'clock here where I'm at.
Darnell,
Damn, it's
Jimmy, and Ghost.
So we've been on like this live for 4 hours, so yeah, it's time to go.
Oh, we meet God, my spirit hears. We wear tones of the ancestors' breath. Ebony like Cobb John Wood. Honey glow with copper blood. Shea butter brown, sun kissed tan. The kind of brown that holds the land. We are morning mist and twilight flame. We are dunya, the power of earth. Each shade an echo of a holy frame.
Deepest dust to golden morning. Every shade a soul is born.
Waiting Zuri, you are beautiful. No two tones the same, yet all are true.
Shine like sun through forest leaves. We bloom like truth that never leaves.
Light and dark, the gift we bring. Each of us the same.
Songs glow like caramel under candlelight. Some burn molasses deep out of sight. Others shimmer with olive wine. Almond dust, Oceana divine. Obanla, you are a great one. A crown-bearing hill second to none. Our skin holds the winds of Sahel. The songs of the Niger. The gold dust of Ghana. The fire of chemistry.
Your name is honor. Your color is ceremony. Your skin is a sermon.
From deepest dust to golden morning, every shade a soul is born.
Uko Kamili, you are complete. No two tones the same, yet all I
We
see.
shine like sun through forest leaves. We bloom like truth that never leaves.
Light and dark, the gift we bring. Each of us.
Everybody, keep a watch out for the next live stream.
Whose skin is cool and copper, bronze and blue. Whose undertones hum with the hush of ancestors and harvest moons. You are the butterfly's breath, the curve of river clay. The rhythm
want
of
everybody to
fate,
have a
tracing
good
truth
night.
and dust, the
Eat
flame
it
that will not fade.
Moyo wangu ni wakale. My heart is ancient. Your shade is not fashion. It is lineage.
It is prayer wrapped in flesh.
Let the mirrors rise to meet your face. Let the world relearn your praise.
From deepest dust to golden morning, every shade a soul is born.
Your rainbow huja kwa aina zote. Beauty comes in every form.
Brown like bark, smooth like stone. None of us walks this path alone.
Light and dark, the gift we bring. Each of us a sacred.
Each of us, sacred thing.
All right. Once again, thank you everybody for coming through. This is DJ Torch.